From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day. We're back in our normal time slot. It's going to be back. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for the next 5 hours, 11 to 4 Eastern here on Westwood One Sports. You guys know the drill at this point. You can watch us as well over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM Tonight over on YouTube and Twitch, and you'll find us right there. You can, of course, check us out on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Odyssey.com, of course, affiliates across the country, and on SiriusXM channel 375. And, man, we actually have an interesting weekend in store into the sports calendar because we're now inside 2 weeks to the NFL draft. And so starting today and each hour today, we will have a different draft question to get into, whether it's talking about Jeremiah Love, whether it's perhaps Ty Simpson and how high he could go. We will get through those this show, also this hour. And we got the Masters, man, going on at Augusta right now, where Rory McIlroy is trying to make sure that maybe we don't have drama on Sunday, unfortunately. We can get into that in a second. But what's going on, man? How we doing?
Yeah, well, you look, don't bury the lead is what you're always taught first and foremost within journalism school. And you forgot to mention that it is week 3 of the UFL season, baby. Kicked off of last night with a big one. Look, the Louisville Kings, man, are they in trouble? Is it too early to say with that 0-3 start? But the Orlando Storm, man, they are quite a storm with a 3-0 record. They lead the UFL in the division. And we got a big one today with the Houston Gamblers taking on the DC Defenders in our nation's capital at noon o'clock Eastern. So I know everyone is kind of pre-gaming for that right now. So where's your mind at for that one, Alex?
Well, I'm a little worried that you're going to be distracted during the show trying to keep up with those scores in the UFL, you know?
It'll be hard to tell, mainly because my takes suck whether I'm distracted or not. But if I do seem a little off, you know why. Because, I mean, look, it's a big one today, you know? I mean, like, the DC Defenders, the historic team in the UFL, and they've gotten off to a big year so far. But Kevin Sumlin's Houston Gamblers, man, don't sleep on them.
Yeah, Kevin Sumlin, that's a name I hadn't heard in a bit. Of course, the former Texas A&M coach that had a lot of success at one point in time. It just didn't pan out ultimately for him. So, yeah.
That's essentially the entire UFL. What you just said about Kevin Sumlin is the entire UFL. It's like, wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a while, you know? It's like, what, is Sidney Rice on one of these teams? You know, it's just like a bunch of, like, remember that guys just clumped together for a football league in the spring.
Yeah, I will count on you to keep me up to date with what's happening. I've never been more actually knowledgeable about the UFL than I am right now because of you. Don't forget, you guys can text or call in. I mean, look, if you want to call in and talk to Austin about the UFL, I guess I won't stop you at some point. But 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. I do want to start with the Masters, though. We are witnessing history right now down in Augusta, Georgia, on what Rory McIlroy is doing. He is the leader, as you guys know, heading into today's action. He leads by 6 strokes at 12 under. That's the largest 36-hole lead in Masters history. You think about some of the guys that ultimately won the Masters with wide margins. You know, Tiger, way back when, won by one of the largest margins in Masters history. He did not have a lead like this after 36 holes. And so, one, we're watching greatness right now with Rory. But as someone, and I don't know how, you and I haven't talked a ton of golf on this show yet, so I'll be curious to see how you consume golf. By no means am I some diehard golf guy. I watch the majors, and that's it, full disclosure. I do not do much more than that. It's just not something that I've gotten into on a weekly basis. I'll watch the majors. I've been to a PGA championship, had a ton of fun doing that back in, I don't know, 2018, 2019 or something like that, when it was actually right after Tiger won the Masters, so 2019. And so I enjoy it, and I enjoy Saturday and Sunday at Augusta, but I'll be honest, man, should I feel the way I do, which is I know it's history, but I'm a little bummed that on Sunday, the way it's shaping up right now, and things can change on a Saturday,
Masters. So that was really when Rory just kind of jumped out and
Well,
really took a stranglehold of the leaderboard.
right. I mean, and to your point about how he started, but go back to last year when he did win the Masters. If you combine the last 82 holes for him, he has played at Augusta 29 birdies and 3 eagles. I mean,
That's unreal.
and that's he's over the hump, man. Like you don't play the last 82 holes at Augusta like that and not to me of conquered your demons, if you will, on the golf course. So at Augusta, so it's special to watch, and I know maybe I should be appreciating it even more. I just as a casual would like for Sunday to be a little more interesting, and if it's just unless he's going for a course record or something, I don't know if I'm going to be as into it tomorrow if it's 8-stroke lead heading in. Now maybe like this is why betting is fun, right? If you're over at BetMGM and you got some
Yeah.
guys with top 5 finishes and top 10 finishes and you want to bet on that kind of stuff, or you already did, I should say, then go for it. Full disclosure, my guy John Rahm, he did barely make the cut, but he's not winning this. And that was my pick to lead after round one. He was terrible in round one. I bet on Scotty Scheffler to win this tournament. I went pretty chalk, obviously. And while he made the cut, Scheffler's like 50-1 at this point in time. Rory's minus 250 at BetMGM to win the Masters. Patrick Reed, 16-1. Tommy Fleetwood, 18-1. And then Justin Rose sitting at 20-1. That's where we're at right now heading into day 2 at Augusta. And just for everyone's sake, Patrick Reed, 6 under. Sam Burns, 6 under. Fleetwood and Rose are both 5 under. Rory's going to tee off. Let me make sure I have my right time zones here. I think that's right. Is that 1:50 Eastern or 2:50 Eastern later on this afternoon?
Yeah, one of the driving forces to Rory, you mentioned earlier, like the confidence of just kind of getting over the hump for him to jump out to this lead, which I do think is a large part of it. It's just what's between the ears in golf is probably your most important club, but you should not overstate the power of the Masters Champions Dinner. I'm sure.
Oh
I
man.
don't know if you saw this dude's menu from the week, but after seeing like what they served, I'm sure that is what is fueling more than anything his run this year, because it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, you got to be right between the ears, but you also have to be right in the gut. And after downing some peach and ricotta flatbread, some bacon wrapped dates, some grilled elk sliders for your appetizers alone, and then some Wagyu filet mignon or seared salmon, and capping it off with some sticky toffee pudding. Like, yeah, I think Rory's saying, okay, if I win this again, I get to pick the next Masters dinner. So I think, why don't I just go and win it again?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of everything on the menu. That's what I appreciate. Everybody usually has their own
Yeah,
flair to it, but I think everybody can find something. I already know I'm gravitating towards the filet in this scenario, so not a big
same.
seafood guy.
Yeah.
So filet is definitely the go-to. Although, man, depending on where you're from, people expect maybe I should mix in a little KC barbecue in there as well. I don't know, you can get some burnt ends or something.
Yeah. I see if I ever win the Masters, or I guess I should say when I win the Masters,
Right, of
I
course,
think
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna walk in my Masters menu is just gonna double as a Waffle House menu. I'm just gonna bring in the laminated, play calling sheets that you usually see Andy Reid holding on the sideline every Sunday. I'm just gonna bring that in on a for my menu and just be like, here guys, just pick what you want. I recommend the All Star Special. It is a delight.
The hash browns my go-to, man. The hash browns
It's
cannot
good.
go wrong.
Yeah.
That's got to be the
No.
move over
Scattered.
at Waffle House. I will say if you're looking for other ways to bet what we're got going on over at the Masters, maybe you're not going to get in the win only market as we mentioned. It's kind of a long shot right now, but maybe you think there's some value and that Rory will collapse, and you like somebody like Patrick Reed. Some other opportunities still top 5 finishes, top 10 finishes. I do think for a top 5 finish, I still think Scotty Scheffler at plus 290 is not a terrible bet. This is the guy that we know can just lock in. He did not have the first 2 rounds that he wanted to have, and he's not going to win this thing. But as a top 5 finish, depending on where you bet, also be careful. Some of them will include ties, some of them will not include ties. So you want to be cognizant of that when you're betting. But Rory at basically 3-1 to still get a top 5 finish at Augusta, just with his track record, I don't hate that idea. Currently, though, he certainly has some work to do. He's a ways back right now in the field. If you think that's going to be possible.
Yeah.
He's even for the record. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, it's a good bet. If you're throwing some money down, have you thrown any money down this weekend, Alex?
pre-tournament, and I haven't refired though. That's the thing. Pre-tournament, I had John Rahm to win first round. That definitely did not happen. He was terrible on Thursday. And then I had Scheffler to win, and that's probably not happening.
Okay.
So we're gonna strike out on 2 of the bets.
Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe it's time to place another one with BetMGM. Now's about the time to, when we're on the what they call it, the second 9 on the back 9 of the course. We're on like the second 36 of the tournament. So, maybe it's time to place another one in there, just so you don't walk home empty-handed.
Yeah, I'm going to right now actually fire off the Scheffler bet. How about that? Plus 290.
There we go.
Top 5
there we
finish.
go.
We'll get that. That'll give me reason to be locked in tomorrow, even if Rory just runs away with this thing. That's the nice thing.
Well, and don't sleep on the fact that the Sunday Masters golf nap is right up there with car naps and really just any sort of nap that you can imagine. Like it is on the Mount Rushmore of naps, because you've got the soft voices talking you to sleep, like you're listening to the Calm app. You've got the birds chirping. You can almost like hear the wind breeze through the azaleas. And while these guys are setting up a long putt or getting ready for their layup or their approach shot. It is honestly, there are few better soundtracks to sleep to than the Masters. Just make sure that you wake up in time for the final few holes, because you don't want to miss the celebration at the end.
That's exactly right. And it's going to here locally, it's going to be raining tomorrow. So it is epic nap day tomorrow. I mean, you're going to have the Masters on, and it's going to be raining outside and cloudy. I will be all about that. We will keep an eye, though, on what's going on, even though the main groups will not tee off later on, probably 3 hours from now in the middle of our show. We'll keep an eye on anything else that happens. But up next, I want to get to our first draft question of the day. We'll be doing this each hour today and next week heading in to the NFL draft. So question number 1 surrounds a running back. We'll get to that next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Navy defense, they never blew him down. And now Love has speed down the sideline. Jeremiah Love race to the pylon. He wins. Touchdown. As always, Love is the answer in South Bend.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Jeremiah Love finding the end zone there against Navy back in November on NBC. I believe that was Noah Eagle on the call, if I'm not mistaken there. Great call as always from him. And we'll get to our draft question in just a bit. Don't forget, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Don't forget, you guys can interact with the show, not only on YouTube and Twitch, but on the phones as well. You can text in or call 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Each hour today, we are going to get to a draft question, and you heard it there with Jeremiah Love and the touchdown, so it centers around him. It's pretty simple with Love right now. At this point in time, as we sit inside 2 weeks of the draft, what number, how early, what team do we think Jeremiah Love ends up with? And you guys can chime in on YouTube, etc. as well. I can tell you, though, if you go and look at consensus mock drafts, okay, and it's mock draft database does this, and they pool together, 200 plus mock drafts. Right now, the consensus, Austin, is that Jeremiah Love is going 7 to the nation's capital and with the Washington Commanders. Now, the betting markets will tell you your Tennessee Titans at 4-1 are the favorite. So I'll let you start in your reaction to that. I got some thoughts on Love, obviously, but the Titans, brand new regime comes in, year 2 of Cam Ward. What do you make of perhaps Jeremiah Love ending up with your squad?
Yeah, the Titans are doing everything they can to go through their glow-up era, right? They got the haircut, they got the new logo, they got, the new quarterback who, played, all things considered very well in his rookie season. And now the question is, where do they go with the 4th overall pick in the draft? Now, I've seen the Jeremiah Love speculation. I kind of like it. I think there's one of 2 ways the Titans go. They're either going edge, which is a great class this year for edge rushers, or you're going Jeremiah Love. I don't think there's any other move unless someone trades up and gives them a haul, but I don't see that happening either. So I'm thinking that it's very possible. I think it's a coin flip as to whether or not Jeremiah Love is a Tennessee Titan next year. And I love it for a few reasons. One, because Jeremiah Love is just an explosive player. If he was born 2 decades earlier, he would have gotten the attention and command and love and praise that Reggie Bush got when he was playing. But we live in an internet age where everyone is distracted, and there's so many games aired on TV. You're not gonna get that type of hype that Reggie got when he was at USC. But Jeremiah Love is damn near close. And he's got the home run speed, 4.36 40 time. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. We all know how great Jeremiah Love is. He's a generational talent at that position. It is a position that has dwindled in terms of importance over the years, but he is a guy that is as close to a home run as you can possibly get at a position for what it means now in the league. Now, the other reason why I love this is because if you go back in Titans history, even back before the Tennessee Oilers to the Houston Oilers days, 1995, they drafted a guy by the name of Steve McNair, a guy who gives a lot of comps to their current quarterback, Mr. Cam Ward. And the very next year, the Houston Oilers went into the draft and got Eddie George. And so they got their running back and they got their quarterback in back-to-back drafts. And they were set for the next 15 years. They put together, the next 10 years. They put together a great run. Obviously going to the Super Bowl, going to a couple of AFC title games. But the difference there was, in the 90s, the Houston Oilers had one of the top 5 offensive lines in football. And now it's not quite there. Like, the Titans aren't quite the Oakland Raiders bad. Like when the Raiders drafted Ashton Genty, and it was like, okay, you've got the Maserati sitting in the trailer park, right? Like it's you need to build around it. You need to get that offensive line first before you get your explosive playmakers. That's the Titans, to their credit, have built their offensive line over the last 2 seasons, especially last year. They, I think in 2024, they had a bottom 5 offensive line in the NFL. By the end of 2025, they had the 11th ranked offensive line in football. So this is a much better, much more improved offensive line. So if they want to take that swing with Jeremiah Love, I think they're much better positioned to do so than maybe the Raiders were with Genti or maybe they were even just a year ago. So I'm for the Jeremiah Love going to the Tennessee Titans at 4. But again, if they go edge, that's another position of need for them as well. So it's really kind of a win-win situation where they're sitting. But I selfishly, with this new stadium opening up and, this kind of new era of Titans football, more offensive, with Brian Daboll, more offensive-minded team. I would love to see Jeremiah Love in the backfield with Cam Ward.
I'd be intrigued by it, and I think it'd be a very, very good pick for that organization. My only hesitation for them actually making that pick and not a David Bailey or Reuben Bain type is who's your head coach? It's Robert Saleh. You're telling me he doesn't want to find a stud on the defensive line to jumpstart that thing? I thought they've made some good moves here in the offseason, but you also want to help out your rookie quarterback. And yes, you could argue having a great defense can do that, but having a playmaker like Jeremiah Love in the backfield, a guy that could be a top 5 running back very quickly in this league, there's a huge argument to make that pick. I think, anytime you're taking a player at a running back position on the top 5, that guy does have to instantly become, one of the 3 to 5 best running backs. Otherwise, I don't like Jeremiah Love. His rookie year could be the 10th best running back in football. That's not good enough if I'm drafting you at 4. And that's you have to be sure that he's going to be one of those dudes, a Jahmyr Gibbs, a Robinson, a Barkley, a Henry type. I'm serious. When you're drafting a guy that high, it cannot just be like, oh yeah, he's a really nice back. He's one of the better ones. No, he has to be a star. And if you believe he's a star, then the Titans should make that pick. So I hear you that I could see Tennessee picking him. The team that I think who should really be interested in drafting Love if he falls to them is it's not the Washington Commanders all the way at 7, although that's where the mocks kind of have him going right now. It's the New York Giants at 5, right behind the Tennessee Titans. If Tennessee does not draft him, and I know mocks think Sonny Styles could end up going to the Giants. Cam Skattebo, I understand we all loved the story last year, him and Dart, fun to watch, but it's a pretty serious injury Skattebo's coming off of. And Skattebo is more of a bruising back. I don't know if he's the guy that's your every down back in this league, especially off the injury. Think about this offense. Harbaugh comes in, gets hired. You've got Jackson Dart, who I am somewhat of a believer in. Malik Neighbors coming off an injury. He's back, though. I actually don't mind their tight end room. And you could have Skattebo with Jeremiah Love. That's an offense in a division that I think is there for the taking. I told you a few weeks ago, my dark horse winner of the NFC East is the Giants at 5.5 to 1 to win the East. So maybe that's just my thinking here, and I'm wanting them to load up on offense. But I think Jeremiah Love in New York would be a hell of a pick.
Well, and that's if the Titans decide to go edge at 4. And I guess a big deterrent of that is a question that I'm going to throw back on you. The guy running the show in Nashville now is Mike Borgonzi, a guy who spent years in Kansas City, who basically was there for the building of the dynasty that is now in your neck of the woods. If Mike Borgonzi, if say the Chiefs were in this position and Mike Borgonzi was still with the Chiefs, where would you see the Chiefs going? If they had that number 4 pick, they're at the spot where they're at offensively. Would they go with the playmaker on the offensive side of the ball, or would they stay defense? Because I think that's a huge deterrent, and that will go to tell you if he does fall to 7 at the Commanders, or if he falls to 5 with the Giants. Like, I think the linchpin is the Tennessee Titans.
So generally speaking, I'll answer that and say they would draft the running back in this scenario. The only difference, once again, is with the Chiefs, you're talking about Andy Reid as your head coach, offensive-minded guy. In Tennessee, it's a defensive-minded guy with Robert Saleh. That's the only difference. But I get your question, and so I would say no, they would draft the running back. Heck, we all remember now, did not work out. the Chiefs drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire at the end of the first round a few years back. Now that
Right.
backfired. He was not the running back that they should have drafted. Jonathan Taylor went a couple picks later. Trust me, that's something that people never will stop talking about here in Kansas City. So I think they would go running back. And even this offseason, man, until they signed Ken Walker, there were people here, and I was not one of them, that wanted them to draft Jeremiah Love. I'm adamantly against it, mainly because of just what their other issues are and where they're at as a franchise, et cetera. So I'm
Sure.
glad they did not go that route. But the reporting here was that they did not believe Love would be there at 9. That's why they decided to pivot. So that tells you they think they're going early, but it's not because they didn't like him, if you buy the smoke there. So I think, to answer your question, yeah, they would have taken him. You know, if they could be a promise that Jeremiah Love was there at 9, they absolutely would have taken him. I just don't know how far down could Love go. Like, let's say, is there a scenario, and I think there is, where your Titans go and draft David Bailey at 4. Let's say the Giants don't take Love like I think they should, and they either go Carnell Tate or Sonny Styles, the linebacker. Then it's the Browns at 6. I think they're going wide receiver if Tate is there. And then it's the Commanders. We mentioned Jeremiah Love. I also think the Commanders could draft a defensive end, Reuben Bain or Bailey, if they're on the board still. The Saints, we already know they signed Travis Etienne. Yes, Etienne. At 8. And then the Chiefs, at that point are looking for an edge rusher, not a running back. So I don't think Love gets past the Commanders because of the other 2 teams in front of them. But there is a scenario where suddenly Love is there on the clock for the Bengals at 10. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, look, with the way the trends have gone, 2 years ago and 2 years before that, no running back was taken in the first round of the draft. Now, with a guy like Jeremiah Love, I don't see that being the case here for a third straight even year. But I just think that, yeah, I think it's Jeremiah Love is one of those backs that is. I mean, I said Reggie Bush off the top, but I mean, that's the guy who I keep going back to, where it's just he's got that explosiveness, he's got that playmaker ability, and teams are going to want that. And I do feel like there has been a resurgence at that position over the last year,
absolutely,
maybe 2 years, of like people realizing, maybe the running game is important for us, especially when you've got to lead late and you need to milk some clock. The importance of it. And look, heck, we saw the running back win Super Bowl MVP for the first time in 25 years, over 25 years, 1998 with Terrell Davis. So look, you know me, I love the running back position. That is my favorite position on the field. I used to play it, and that is the position that I want to see it make a resurgence. I want to make it be an important part of offenses moving forward. And if you get a guy like Jeremiah Love and he comes out and plays, like even if he does, like let's say he has the pro career of a Reggie Bush, the exact same pro career, is that worth a top 10 pick in your mind?
No. I mean, I know that's like, you could say it's an extremely high bar or it's unfair. I think that's reality with what you're doing. If you draft him as high as 4. Now, look, if all of a sudden he falls and you're taking him at 10 or something crazy like that, then the expectation might be a little bit different on what you have to do. But if you're spending a top 5, top 7 pick on a running back, even though I agree with you that the backfield, the running back position, I should say, is more valuable today than it was 3 years ago to teams. I don't know. You maybe think I'm being unfair, but I think you have to be a superstar at some point in your first 2 or 3 years. And in year 1, I think you have to be a top 5 back in football. Yeah, so that's just the risk of taking a running back that early, and that's why I cited Jahmyr Gibbs. Full disclosure, at the time when the Lions drafted Gibbs, I was wrong. I said, "What are you drafting Jahmyr Gibbs that high for? What are you doing?" And obviously, I was way off. And he's been sensational. And that's the standard now that I think has been set for drafting a running back that high is like, all right, a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Bijan Robinson type.
Well, and I think if you also look at the opposite of that, just like, or at least in the terms of where the Titans are sitting at 4, where they're going either running back or edge pass rusher. I think the sure bet is always the edge rusher. I think it is a much easier position to hit a home run with than a running back position. And I mean, look, I'm firmly stood on the grounds last season that the Titans should have gone Abdul Carter with the number 1 overall pick over,
okay.
Ward. I know they didn't have their quarterback figured out, but I just felt like they needed to build their defense first and foremost. And when you have a a guy like Abdul Carter, obviously, injuries and such, his rookie season wasn't as hyped up as he was going into the draft. But going into the draft, I was thinking that was the surefire pick. And I still do feel that edge pass rushers are more surefire than a wide receiver, a quarterback, or a running back in the draft 9 times out of 10. And, so if the Titans do go, like I think it is a win-win situation that they're sitting in. If they do go, with Bain or Bailey at the edge at 4, or if they go with Love, I really don't think they can screw this up. Now, granted, this is me, a Titans fan, having watched all 25-plus seasons of them being in Nashville, knowing that they will, if anyone can find a way to screw this up, it would be the Tennessee Titans. But I do like where they're sitting, and I'm just hoping and praying that they do not screw it up.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Cole. That's draft question number 1. We'll have another one coming up next hour as we are inside 2 weeks. In fact, 2 weeks from today will be the final day of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Up next, though, our list. We got a couple new additions. Sports, non-sports, things have been bugging us. Maybe things that have been bugging you as well. You can chime in, 310-840-4910. We'll get to the list next on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Golf's first major of the year is here. We're keeping an eye on what's going on out in Augusta. Don't forget, grab this boost pack for the Masters, and you'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of your boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt, get closer to the Masters action with BetMGM. And yes, we will keep an eye on what's going on, although the leaders will not tee off till much later on in the day. We'll let you know when that is happening. Rory with that 6-stroke lead. Patrick Reed, Sam Burns also there toward the top of the leaderboard. It is the largest lead, though, after 36 holes in Masters history. As far as a couple golfers that have teed off today, just of note, Jordan Spieth sitting at 1 over for the tournament. He is, or 1 over today, I'm sorry. Actually, I have that right. First time. He's even. He's 1 over right now. That's some of the bigger names. John Rahm, 3 over, 1 under for the day. He just had a terrible Thursday at Augusta. Was very fortunate to make the cut. The reason why he made the cut, Austin, was because Bryson DeChambeau had the triple bogey there late in his 3D printed iron club that he brought to Augusta, which I thought was interesting. It did not pan out well for him.
Yeah, it's funny that, like the Masters, with as strict as they are with literally everything, that they would even, allow anything from the future to step foot or make their presence known on their golf course, or excuse me, their golf club.
That's true. It is a club.
You have to be very strict with the verbiage that you use in Augusta.
I'm waiting for my lottery pick one day. If you're listening out there, I'm just saying, I've been submitting the lottery for Augusta for about 8 years, at least, maybe 10 years at this point in time. Yet to get selected. Co-host locally got picked to go to the practice round 2 years ago. Ooh. But maybe this is my issue. I've been doing the lottery, but only for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I don't want to fly down to Augusta just to go to the practice round. So I don't know if I'll ever get picked, but one day, I hope to make it to Augusta to watch the Masters, man.
You don't want to go to the par 3 and see Kevin Hart caddying? No, the Jason.
No,
Kelsey's
I'll just watch ESPN's coverage with Jason Kelsey providing all the golf insights for me.
Okay, yeah. I figured, man, you want to talk about adding something to the list is ESPN just trying to yuck it up at the Augusta. I feel like Augusta is one of those tournaments where it's like, look, are they stiffs? Are they prudes? Yes, certainly. But I kind of like it because it's like the last remaining hold of anything that we have that literally sticks to their guns on all of their strict and rules and everything. So I like the way they operate and function? No, but do I kind of love that they're the last ones doing it, and it's the last ones before they go all live golf or anything like that? I respect it.
All right, let's get to the list. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We add a new item or two every week to our list. We've been building this up for the last couple of months. It doesn't have to be sports. Anything that's been bugging you that you have witnessed, that you are sick of seeing out there. Reminder, last week we added March Madness expansion to the list. Mm-hmm. Definitely agree on that one. Also, the phone alarm of Carter Jensen that failed him multiple times.
Yeah, he didn't sleep in it all this week, did he?
No, he had a big home run last night, helped them win against the Chicago White Sox. So no, everybody. He's actually been maybe their second best hitter so far to start the season, in an offense that has been really struggling out of the gate. All right, a couple new additions. I'll start real quick. This one's quick as well. This has to do with baseball. Just like a week ago, you probably saw the great Ichiro having his statue unveiled yesterday outside of T-Mobile Park. Of course, a well-deserved honor, an all-time great. And they were out in the, not the concourse, but right outside one of the gates. And they're pulling back the blue tarp or blanket, whatever you want to call it. And I think it was the CEO that was pulling the blanket off of that area. And the bat snapped. Like the bat bent on the bus that they had out there and the statue. And Ichiro, the best part is Ichiro on video just keeps pointing like he's just amazed. Like, anybody else see this? Anybody else? And he's laughing. It was great. It was a cool moment. It was a really cool moment. They're, of course, already fixed it, I guess. It was a pretty easy fix. I don't know if it's like a screw or what the heck happened. But I'm putting the list. Whoever didn't tighten the screw or whatever, that can't happen. Everybody had a good time, but that can't happen for an all-time great. The second greatest player in your franchise's history, him and Ken Griffey Jr. That that can't happen, but everybody had a good time with it. It was also bobblehead night or statue replica night. So the Mariners social media crew went out there and photoshopped the statue as well to make it look like they were handing out the ones with the bent bats. So the list is basically whoever was responsible to make sure the bat wasn't going to bend on the statue.
Add that guy to the list for sure. And I love that Ichiro made a joke about Mariano Rivera getting him one last time, in that whole thing. He was the reason why the bat was bent. No, that was a good one. And, yeah, much deserved. Ichiro's the hit king amongst two, international leagues, but one of the greatest baseball players I think we have ever seen or will ever see. The thing I am adding to the list this week, though, is has nothing to do with sports, but all to do with something that is near and dear to our hearts, Alex, and that is movies. Movie popcorn buckets, okay? It's gotten a little too out of control is what I am adding. The excessive novelty ones, okay? So the Michael Jackson movie doesn't come out until April 24th, but the popcorn bucket is already sold out. And I'll tell you why. It's just simple. It's a wearable fedora flipped upside down, filled with everyone's favorite movie snack. And I never thought I'd be pointing to Michael Jackson as setting the perfect example, but this is how it should be. You can't beat it. Over the last half decade or so, everyone in the movie industry has been trying to outdo each other with novelty popcorn buckets, and most have been bad. A Shark's Mouth for the Jaws 50th anniversary re-release. Wolverine's Mouth for the Deadpool movie. The Ghostbusters sequel had like a ghost trap. And most famously, the one that went the most viral, the Dune bucket, which made some want to do something to it that rhymes with bucket. And while that may seem pleasurable to some, the only junk I want in my popcorn is butter and maybe some chocolate candy. And maybe this is just me, but I'm at the age of adulthood where I don't care about the souvenir MLB helmet. Just give me the ice cream. Plus, I don't want a pre-sale code to secure some popped kernels. And I don't want to have to watch an entire movie with Ant-Man's plastic helmet on my lap after finishing my 2 handfuls of popcorn that came in it. Give me a bucket, a bowl, or a fedora, nice enough for Tim Robinson to wear during a court hearing. All right, but any other over-the-top popcorn bucket, I think you should leave. I never would have guessed it would have been a Michael Jackson biopic bucket that would return us back to sanity and normalcy, but I guess he's not just the king of pop. Now he's the king of popcorn. And Jacko says, don't stop till you get enough. Well, we've had enough. And we know Hollywood. They don't care about us. I just wish they would focus more on screenplays than snack bowls. Hollywood, we all know how much you love a remake. Then remake the original popcorn bucket. So overpriced novelty popcorn buckets that give you very little popcorn, you're added to the list.
If you're watching on video, I'm just amazed by what I just saw and heard. We need like a boo soundboard in the background.
Oh, come on. For what?
I covered when you said he's the king of pop and also the king of popcorn. I mean, come on. That one was that line had me at that point. Look, I'm confused by your take here. Why can't you just get the regular bag of popcorn? Why do you have to even? Why are you even worrying about the novelty? You don't have to. Just get the classic large popcorn anyway. That's right there.
No, that's fair. It's fair. It's just ridiculous where we're going with this because everyone is just trying to outdo each other when it comes to these novelty popcorn buckets, and they're making them bigger and gaudier, and you're getting less and less popcorn in them. So I just feel like, just for the sake of all of us, let's quit trying to go viral with our popcorn buckets and go back to worrying about the actual damn movie itself.
Yeah, I did not know they already sold out of these Michael Jordan. People are pre-ordering the popcorn. Is that right? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
The popcorn buckets. Yeah, the movie doesn't hit until April 24th, and these things already sold out. They're just fedoras. They're simple. They actually nailed it. That's just what popcorn should come in. Something simple. I don't need some ghost trap Ghostbusters. Okay, give me something that remember when we went and saw that epic movie, Avengers Endgame? Like, give me something like that I can commemorate the night with, that I can also fill myself up with popcorn.
I think people just love this. See, this selling out is proof that people just love this and they're going to continue. I don't think you're going to get your wish, man. I think this is only going to fuel it to happen more. Now you're saying hopefully they just go simpler moving forward, but I think this is just going to fuel people trying to come up with new things. I mean, look at the ballpark.
No.
We got the Texas Rangers selling a
No, you're right.
sombrero that holds nachos and all kinds of stuff in it.
You know, people talk about how much damage the internet does in society. No further is it the truth than with everyone just trying to outdo each other when it comes to food and novelty products. Our video producer Max said he's an old AMC employee, and he said those buckets sell out so fast, and he never understood why. I don't either, Max. I don't either.
That's the list here on Westwood One Sports. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Coming up next here, we'll get right back into the NFL draft. Our next draft question. Plus, we'll be joined by Devin Jackson. He's an NFL draft writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. We'll check in on the Eagles, who maybe there's a draft day trade. Could they be trading A.J. Brown? They just traded for a wide receiver, in fact, reportedly yesterday. So a lot to get into next right here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Noon hour here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You guys should have saw 15 seconds ago, Austin, chugging what I only can imagine is an energy drink very quickly right before we came back from break. That was impressive. We were all rooting you on in the chat back here on BetMGM. What was that? That looked like a coffee energy drink or something.
Yeah, that was a Starbucks double shot. Comes in one of those like mini cans, and that is like my go-to during every show. And I usually take it right after the first hour because we got 5 hours of this show. We got 4 more to go, so I gotta stay fueled, stay energized. And as I was chugging that, I was like, I know I'm doing this on camera, but I think everyone's in their own world, like focused on the next segment. Nobody's gonna see me doing this, but clearly was not that coy about it for sure.
No, that was great. I wish we were back from break as that was happening. That would have been good stuff for YouTube and Twitch. But you're right about the 5 hours. I'm probably about an hour or so away from seeing if I go the energy drink route. I don't want to crash in the last hour. See, that's the danger of what you just did. I think you're set for about 2.5 hours. The last hour, though, we could be in some trouble. Hope you guys, though, are having a good start to your Saturday. Your espressos, your caffeine, whatever it is you need to get through the day. Hopefully, we're helping you out as well. If you're listening on affiliates across the country on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app. Let's keep talking a little NFL draft. Each hour, we have a new draft question. We'll get to this hour's question with our guest here in a few minutes, but I actually want to start with the Philadelphia Eagles and what could be happening over the next few weeks or months with A.J. Brown. We welcome in Devin Jackson, sports editor, NFL draft writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer at @RealD_Jackson on X, Twitter, whatever we're calling it these days. Thanks for joining us, Devin. I want to start with the trade yesterday, and do you believe the acquisition there at all of Dontavian Wicks tells us anything about what could be happening on draft night or even with A.J. Brown?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I think, the trade for Dontavian Wicks signals more of what the Eagles are trying to do next year. And I think they want to get away from it just being, a top-heavy receiver room with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Obviously, Brown's status with the Eagles is kind of up in the air. But I think it just signals more that they want more guys that bring different skill sets into the receiver room. If they're going to go more towards the, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan type of offense, they need receivers that are able to block on the edge. There's one area last year where the Eagles really struggled. They would break out big runs on the edge, but the receivers blocking downfield, it wasn't as consistent. They got a little predictable with their offense and the different things that they were running. So I think this signals more that they're trying to be a more diverse offense, and they're trying to get more guys in the room that are proven, that can get open, that can provide some more help in that receiving room and for Jalen Hurts. But I don't think it necessarily is a one-to-one thing with A.J. Brown necessarily being gone, but I do think it prepares them for life after A.J. Brown if they do decide to trade him after the draft.
Help me gauge the temperature of what it's like in Philadelphia because, we're just a little over a week after Jeremy Fowler drops, just a huge, sources claim report on ESPN all about Jalen Hurts and how there's a lot of, I guess, mixed emotions and mixed feelings about his leadership style and his ability to, change plays at the line and really just kind of everything. It felt much like a hit piece where it does, I guess, both the fan base and internally, where do they stand and feel about Jalen Hurts, and especially now after that article came to light?
Yeah, I think it certainly made waves in Philadelphia for obvious reasons. Having a guy like Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl MVP, is really well regarded within Philly and in the Philly community. I think, when something like that comes out and, there are some things that are put out a little bit more negatively and kind of in a negative light, I think the tendency is to want to defend him. And I think, for the most part, especially within the Philly fan base, I think more people want to kind of defend, obviously, the struggles on offense and all the things that transpired last year and even over the last couple of years with some of the inconsistencies of the passing offense. So I think naturally, there's going to be a strong reaction. I also do think, even regardless of the piece, that we're going to a year that, is kind of critical in where the Eagles want to stand with Jalen Hurts after the season finishes, in 2026. Obviously, another offensive coordinator coming in, the changeover that's happening there. And I think for the most part, I think at least from what I've been able to gauge and when I've been in the locker room and what I know, the teammate, all of Jalen Hurts' teammates love him, and they revere him, the leader that he is, and talk very highly about him. Obviously, his leadership style isn't going to be, necessarily the best for every single player, but I think for the general consensus, there's still a lot of respect and admiration for Jalen Hurts within that locker room. And I also think, this is a big year, for Hurts to continue to prove that he's the, future at quarterback for the Eagles beyond, the next couple years. And, I think he's up for the challenge. So I think it'll be an interesting offseason to see, how they acclimate to the new offense under Sean Mannion and where things go from now. But I think for the most part, obviously it's starting to die down a little bit in terms of, the reaction of the report from ESPN. But I think at the same time, if you're Hurts and the Eagles and his Eagles teammates, you're focusing on how do you maximize and get better from last year's disappointment.
We're talking to Devin Jackson, sports editor over at the Philadelphia Inquirer. You mentioned a big year for Jalen Hurts. Totally with you. What about for Nick Sirianni? What's the feeling in Philadelphia about his standing if this team, let's say, were to not make the playoffs or they don't win the division and it's an early exit?
Yeah, I think with Nick Sirianni, it's an interesting dynamic, because he's obviously a coach that is more the CEO type of coach. He's not one that calls plays on offense. He's not one that, calls plays on defense. He's the guy that lets his coordinators do his thing. So I think it becomes interesting because it feels like, they gave him a contract extension last offseason. They really didn't release any of the details for that. So I don't think he's in a position where his job is necessarily in jeopardy. But I do think, in a market and a coaching job like Philly, things can change very quickly in a 12-month span. So I think for him, it's about, I think, mostly for his part at least, the Sean Mannion hire is on him. He wanted to take a shot on Mannion. Obviously the last, couple hires have been kind of hit or miss. Hit on Kellen Moore, did not do so with internal hires of Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo. So I think for him, it was really important for him to show, one, that, he has a lot of faith in what Sean Mannion can do. And can bring to the Eagles offense and calling plays there. But two, I think they just need to show some progression, some modernization of the offense as well. Jeffrey Lurie, the owner for the Eagles, has been a big proponent of he wants an explosive offense. He wants a dynamic offense, and it hasn't looked like that in the passing game specifically over the last couple of years. Obviously, the run game with Saquon Barkley during that Super Bowl run was really dominant. But I think for Sirianni, kind of part of this year is going to be about, all right, did the offense take a step forward? Did it, turn out to be, a good hire that they continue to grow with? Is this someone that could, be the home base for Jalen Hurts, which he talks about having? So I think it's all about, what this season looks like. I think if they make the playoffs and it's an early round exit, I don't think it's a huge disaster there. But if the offense looks bad and they struggle, I definitely think he'll feel some heat, entering the offseason.
Everyone always talks about when it comes to the draft, wanting to secure as many, kind of top 100 picks as you can. And the Eagles are set up nice with, I believe, 3 or 4. But their first pick doesn't come until 23 in the first round. I know, obviously, a lot of dominoes can fall in separate directions, and, the butterfly effect can have its way. But where do you see the strongest need for the Eagles going into this year's draft, and who do you think could fall to them at 23?
Yeah, I think long-term offensive line is the big question for them going forward. I know obviously the A.J. Brown trade is looming, and what could happen there. They have a hole potentially at long-term safety as well, but when I think about the first round and in a position that you really can't, get better at if you go in the later rounds, I think offensive line is at the top of the list. If you want a guy that can start for you in the future, you have to take him in round one. So I'm looking at offensive line as a spot for the Eagles as a way to, bridge the gap between what's going to be coming next for the Eagles, because Landon Dickerson, the left guard for the Eagles, he flirted with retirement this year. So did Lane Johnson, the right tackle, and Lane Johnson is getting up there in age. And it's kind of been a looming question for Philly over the last couple of years because he's missed time, each of the last 2 seasons with injuries. So I think for the Eagles, it's long-term, rebuilding that offensive line, making sure that, if or when Landon Dickerson and Lane Johnson decide to hang it up, I think it's going to be a big question of, all right, who's going to be next to step in? And that's where I think, this draft kind of aligns with that. You look at 23, I think when you're looking at the pick, I think Blake Miller from Clemson, the right tackle, is an option there. Maxie Honishore, the right tackle from Arizona State. I think Miller and Ihonishore are kind of 2 different players. Ihonishore is more of the developmental type guy where, his best football is probably ahead of him, really athletic, really good in pass protection, but a guy that's still developing and developing into his frame. And then Miller, I think, he's gotten better each of the 4 years that he's been at Clemson, the 4-year starter. I think he's a guy that, could step in right away and, be a guy that can play games immediately. So I think those are 2 guys that I'm looking at that could be, available at 23. And obviously you have other guys that could be in the mix or within those few picks. You look at Caden Proctor from Alabama. I think the Eagles like him a ton, but it'll be interesting to see if he's still on the board when they pick at 23. Then Monroe Freeling, the Georgia left tackle. I think he's another guy that his range is kind of wide. He could go inside the top 10. He could go in the 15, 20 round or 20 range. So I think, when you're looking at where the needs align for the Eagles, I think offensive tackle is among the top ones.
You also keep a close eye on the rest of that division, the NFC East. You got the Cowboys picking 20, of course, and 12, and you've got a Commanders team picking at 7, the Giants sitting there at 5. What do you think that the rest of the division could be targeting? Our question in the first hour today was how far will Jeremiah Love go on the draft board? And we were saying, Tennessee's in play, but could the Giants or the Commanders take Love? What do you think the Eagles would not want to see? Is there a player that you don't want in that division maybe?
Yeah, Ruben Bain comes to mind. I think that's kind of the number one guy that you would hate to follow in the division just because he's so powerful, could play multiple alignments on the defensive line, really explosive player. And, he's been linked to pretty much every other team in that division, outside of the Giants. I think New York is probably off of the table for him, but in terms of, the Commanders, they could pick him at 7 if they wanted to. The Cowboys can move up and take Bain if he starts to fall outside of the top 7 or top 8 picks. So I think Ruben Bain comes to mind as a guy that you don't want to see as 1. And then 2, I would say Sonny Styles, the Ohio State linebacker who just has been outstanding the last 2 years for Ohio State. Great coverage instincts. Physical player, can come downhill, makes tackles, very consistent in doing so, and just a player that's can help stymie the Eagles' run game because he's so good and what he's able to do and working downhill and tackling players behind the line of scrimmage. So I think those are the 2 guys that you wouldn't like to see on the defensive side of the ball, and then one guy you probably wouldn't want to see on the offensive side of the ball, Carnell Tate, the dynamic receiver from Ohio State who, could go to the Commanders. He could be a team for them that I specifically looking at. He could go to the Giants who obviously still have Malik Neighbors, but then maybe they're looking to add more weapons, along with them in the receiver room. So I think those 3 guys to me are guys that you wouldn't want to see because I think they're some of the best prospects in this draft.
Devin, before we let you go, I do have to ask. I am a Titans fan, and it takes a lot of confidence to admit that. But I still have PTSD from April of 2022. that is post-trade stress disorder. Is there any chance the Eagles could trade A.J. Brown back to the Titans? Like, kind of just like just like give him back. Hey, you got him for a few years. We let you borrow him. Any way that you could maybe, slide some words into the Eagles front office and see if we can make that happen?
I mean, if the Titans are willing to part with some future assets to do so, I'm sure Howie Roseman would be obliged to do so. But certainly would A.J. Brown be open to coming back as well? I think that's another thing I think. But certainly I think, for the Eagles, I think we're all kind of expecting if they do trade A.J. Brown, it's going to be post-draft. But maybe there's a team that gets desperate around draft time and wants to give up a couple first-round picks or first and second, to get A.J. Brown on the team. So I don't imagine the Titans will be in the market to do so just because they want to keep that number 4 pick and keep, those future assets to continue to build and, have assets for the future for Robert Saleh and the rest of the Titans staff. But, yeah, I mean, if there's a number that Howie Roseman likes, I'm sure he's not opposed to striking a deal.
So basically what you're saying is you want Howie Roseman to fleece the Titans for a second time within the last 4 years. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't want to personally, but if that's what it takes, I'm certainly sure Howie wouldn't mind.
Okay. Devin Jackson, sports editor, NFL draft writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer at @RealD_Jackson. Thanks so much for the insight, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
good
Devin.
stuff. Good insight there on an Eagles team that, has had an interesting offseason. You mentioned the story we discussed a week ago from Jeremy Fowler, what that means about the future for Jalen Hurts long term. And, A.J. Brown, it's the trade that everybody knows is going to happen at some point. It truly is just, are we going to have to wait till June? But everybody kind of knows that that's not happening. I do like their acquisition yesterday, Dontavian Wicks from the Packers, just a different type of receiver. And if you're going to trade away A.J. Brown, and I guess, could they end up drafting a wide receiver? There's some mocks. I know Devin was talking about they need some offensive line help. There's a lot of mocks out there that have them taking a wide receiver at 23 as well. So there's a lot in play, and a lot will change by the time the Eagles are on the clock a couple Thursdays from now there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, no, it's a great wide receiver class for them, but it's never a dull moment in Philadelphia. We joked about it last week how Andy Cohen should look into getting the Eagles their own reality TV show, because if you thought Summer House over the last few weeks has brought in the headlines and the drama, just throw some cameras. Bravo needs to throw some cameras at the Eagles' way.
You'll be the co-host, I think, the way things are trending right now. That's all you, man. You've been locked in.
Yeah. I would love to host like a reunion special with the Philadelphia Eagles, be the middle chair and kind of like have people duke it out. So AJ, are the reports true that you don't get along with Jalen Hurts? And Jalen, what do you have to say about that? Just like with my Bravo note cards in hand, I think I could definitely pull that off. I've watched enough of those reunion specials to pull it off.
All right, up next, though, let's get into a little college hoops. There's over 1,000+ players in the transfer portal. We have a national champion since the last time we talked on this show about college hoops. Where does this Michigan team stack up, and what does it say about Dusty May in year 2 getting it done? So we'll talk a little college hoops right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
to the rim, missed the layup, rebound loose, scooped up by Gale. He'll throw it to the other end of the floor. Caravan tracks it down with 2 seconds. With 1, he throws it to half court. And since 1989, there's been a blank space in the Michigan Trophy case. Well, write their name, Michigan, the 2026 men's basketball national champions.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That was Kevin Kugler, PJ Carlesimo, and Robbie Hummel on the call. Westwood One, Final Four, of course, last week, or feels like last week. I guess it was this week. It was on Monday night. That feels like ages ago, doesn't it, Austin? Feels like ages ago that Michigan won the national championship against UConn. The last time you and I talked college hoops, it was Final Four Saturday, and we were discussing your Illinois squad, and we were certainly talking about Arizona, and I was so stunned to see Arizona get beat up the way they did by Michigan, and then Michigan goes on to win the national title. We thought the winner of Arizona-Michigan would do that, and it turned out to be Michigan, who in year two with with Dusty May, end up winning a national championship. And, you know, as much as Dan Hurley was getting praised throughout the NCAA tournament and his rise over the last decade from Rhode Island to what he's done at UConn to putting himself on the verge of being right up there. I know people will disagree, but if Dan Hurley would have won, he would have been in the conversation with John Wooden, as far as I'm concerned, with what he had done in a short period of time. Now, they come up short. It was a hell of a coaching job still. Dan Hurley, you know, to get that UConn team, not his most talented UConn team, to a national title game was awfully impressive. But Dusty May, who's so polar opposite of Dan Hurley, like just even keel, not going to overreact to anything. I mean, from Florida Atlantic to now Michigan, to building them up into the power that they are. I know it's a football school, but to be able to do that and get their first title since the Fab Four is pretty cool.
Yeah, it kind of feels similar to Dusty May's alma mater with Indiana, and it feels like a Kurt Signetti story where you know year one makes the team better, year two wins a natty, and the job that he put together with this year's team, my gosh, I mean you just thought about it. Who was it? Matt Painter at Purdue said after playing Michigan, he goes, I don't see this team losing 4 games all year. And sure enough, they only lose 3, run through the tournament, like really kind of breeze through the tournament. The championship game was really the closest game that they had. And it was cut to 4 points late in the game. And there was a chance that UConn could make a run. I do think, Dan Hurley, this was, I think, his best coaching job, even though it didn't end with a national title. I do think this was his best coaching job to date because of the team that he had and how far he got them. But they just weren't hitting their shots in that championship game. And if they hit their shots, maybe things are different. But I think a large reason why they were not hitting their shots was because of how defensively sound Michigan was. I think they held them to like 38% shooting on the night, and it was just a well done. Michigan is just a long team. It reminds me, like, to put it in football terms, because I know America just speaks in football, but this Michigan team felt like the LSU national title winning team from years ago. Like that team went undefeated, but it felt like they were just like, there's no one really beating this team. And especially after they got over that Arizona hump in the Final Four, I mean, they coasted. Really, it wasn't even a contest from the beginning of the game till the end. I just felt like this. Shout out to Dusty May, man. A well done job, and the biggest win of all from Michigan was that they were able to keep Dusty May away from UNC and retain him for the long term.
No doubt. Yeah, no question. We'll get into North Carolina's hiring of Michael Malone at some point here as well. That one kind of came out of nowhere for everybody. But yeah, Dusty May, does it mean that he's at Michigan forever? No, right? But right now he's not going anywhere, and things can change in a hurry if all of a sudden, he ends up being a 5 seed the next 2 straight years or something. Maybe the feeling is different about what he wants to do at Michigan. But right now, you won a national title. It is now tougher to poach Dusty May away from Michigan than it was 2 weeks ago. It just will be, because now he knows he can win a national championship there. I get your comp. The only thing I would say about Michigan is what you said about them just being that much better and all that. That's what I thought Arizona was. And then they got their butts kicked.
Yeah.
By Michigan
yeah, right.
Saturday
No, it's a
night
good
in
point.
the Final Four. I mean, that's what – now, Michigan had they beat Gonzaga by 40 earlier on in the season. Gonzaga was the top 3 seed in the tournament, but what Michigan did to Arizona was as impressive of a thing as we've seen in a while, in my opinion, in the NCAA tournament. And they just rolled through the entire NCAA tournament field, to your point. But that LSU football team, that team had how many pros on it? I don't know how many of the 5 transfers that started this year for Michigan, and they're going to have at least one of them coming back. I mean, I don't know how many NBA guys ultimately are going to be on that team. That'd be my only pushback, whereas Arizona, we know they're going to have a top 5 pick. But, yeah, I mean, there's no reason to believe that Michigan and Dusty May, they just picked up a big transfer as well yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, that they can't be back to one of the top contenders. I mean, you can already see the look-ahead odds for 2027, and Michigan's right up there with some of the best odds. And then it's your normal blue blood programs, right? Duke is up there with some of the best odds to win the title. And we don't even know what the starting 5 is going to look like for any of these teams yet, man. We got 1,000+ guys in the transfer portal right now.
Well, and I mean, the Big Ten as a whole really impressed me through the tournament of just how good they were. I mean, there was that the one day I believe it was in the round of 32 where you had 5 Big Ten teams win in a single day, and you had teams like Nebraska. I thought they come into this tournament, they don't win a single tournament game in their school's history, and they come out and they make the run to the Sweet 16, which was so cool to see. Shout out to everyone in Lincoln because Nebraska, one of my favorite road cities to go to. If you haven't done it, have you made a trip to Lincoln, Alex?
Yeah, it's not too far from KC. So I've been up there for a football game or two. Yeah.
It's I mean, the people there, at least in my experience, were incredibly friendly. Ran into Jabba Chamberlain. Nebraska just as a whole, like I was glad to see Nebraska have their moment in basketball, especially after so many years of, not getting the football success that they wish and hope for. But it was cool to see them make the run. And I was just overall impressed with the Big Ten and just how dominant they were. Obviously, you get 2 Big Ten teams making up half the field of the Final Four. And I just think that, and look, not to take anything away from the Big 12, I still think the Big 12 is the best basketball conference. But the Big Ten is, really in all sports, football as well. Like, they are really having a moment right now.
No, that last point is what I wanted to dive deeper into. I'm 100% with you. That's the story right now if you're an SEC team and if you're the commissioner of the SEC, is that the Big Ten is winning the NIL era of college sports. Now, it's brand new. We're still at the very beginning of this thing. We're only, 4 or 5 years really into the true NIL era. And the Big Ten is dominating. I understand it's the first Big Ten national championship in basketball in a while, but we all know Indiana in football, Ohio State, and Michigan on the football side of things. Now Michigan on the men's basketball side of things. UCLA on the women's side just won their first ever. And I know if we think Pac-12, but they're in the Big Ten now. UCLA wins the women's championship on Sunday afternoon. They just destroyed South Carolina. The Big Ten is the king right now. And I know people down in SEC country don't want to hear that, but that's reality currently. The SEC had dominated for so long, but the Big Ten, with their TV dollars, with the NIL commitments, with the success on the court and on the field, they're the kings right now, and that's something I think everybody has to accept for the time being.
Yeah, and it's really kind of bringing college athletics back to a time, I'd say pre-2007-ish, when the Big Ten was probably, if not the predominant, it was the league in college athletics. Now, granted, they only had 11 schools at that time, and the landscape of college athletics was way different. But in this expansion era, as well as the NIL era, you made a great point. Like, the Big Ten has been navigating these waters a little bit better, at least in terms of seeing the success play out on the field and on the court. I don't think the SEC has anything to sweat about. I think they're going to do just fine. They've got some amazing programs, and in this expansion era, they were able to pull in and attract more with, obviously Texas and Oklahoma were 2 great additions to the league. But it is interesting that, once the paying the players has become commonplace and really just the rule in college football and college basketball, the Big Ten has had this rise, and it's been crazy to see.
Thinking of changes in the college landscape, it's not a done deal by any means, but I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on some of these proposals from the NCAA. The one that I think this week that makes a lot of sense is the eligibility timeline. And the NCAA is trying to push this idea that from graduating high school or when you're 19 on, you will get 5 years of eligibility. There's no more medical red shirt, none of that, but basically you're getting a built-in red shirt. Because we've seen time and time again here recently, there's different eligibility standards, and so you end up with these lawsuits with Trinidad Chambliss or Diego Pavia, et cetera, just to name a couple of them, and it's a mess. And so if you could come up with a uniform eligibility program, I think it'd be better for all these conferences and for the sports fan. To me, it's pretty fair. I mean, if you're a player that's not good enough to go to the professionals yet until you're done playing college football or basketball, and you're healthy, yeah, you can technically play for 5 years, no questions asked, but you're not going to be able to commit somewhere, play football or basketball. Unfortunately, you get hurt twice and then ask for more eligibility. I actually think this is the best way to do it. I don't know if you agree. You played a little college ball, so maybe you don't, from the player side, how you feel about it, but this is the way to make it uniform.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of gotten out of hand too. It's like, I feel like every year we get those stories of like, this player just received eligibility for his 9th year. Like we've got guys that were in college pre-COVID and they're still playing ball, and it's gotten a little ridiculous. People have been able to skate the rules, and look, I get it. We went through the quote unquote unprecedented times with COVID and everything, and it really kind of had to change the playbook for it all, but it does feel like some people have really kind of taken advantage and gamed the system. I'm for it. I think it's fine. Like, look, no one wants to be the Van Wilder of their campus, right? You don't want to be at school in your Letterman jacket when you're pushing 30 years old. So I feel like that, just give it a one uniform rule for everyone. And enough with the medical red shirts. And look, if injuries happen. Like, it sucks, but that's kind of part of athletics. I don't think you should be, some guys, because it's been different but case by case. The NCAA handles every single issue on a case by case basis. They don't look at, if I'm looking at Alex Gold's injury history, I'm not comparing that to Austin Huff's injury history. And when I'm coming up with a decision of whether or not you get a medical red shirt, which that in and of itself is kind of ridiculous because there's no barometer. Now the NCAA is saying, no, we're going to just make one uniform rule for everyone. And I think that's what college football needs now more than ever is uniformity.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens this offseason, more changes, but that's one that I actually can get on board with, a rare one with the NCAA. Don't forget, though, as we're keeping an eye on what's going on at Augusta, that over at BetMGM, golf's first major of the year is here. Grab the boost pack for the Masters. You'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of your boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt, get closer to the Masters action with BetMGM. Up next, we'll get to some of the sounds of the week. We'll venture around and see what stood out to us next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. You guys can watch the show. Don't forget, if you want to watch the video version of the program over on YouTube, search BetMGM tonight. Same thing over on Twitch. Also, individually, you can interact with us on Instagram and Twitch. Austin Huff at Alex Gold. And, of course, Westwood One Sports, plus the text line, phone line open up, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. And this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, it is time to get to some of the sounds of the week. This one takes us to the Pacific Northwest, and we check in on the Oregon Ducks and their quarterback coach, Koa Kai.
Like, I ask them a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. I want, is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect is really what we're after.
Look, okay, I understand you want a decisive quarterback and you don't want a player that hesitates and you want them to be confident in their decision-making. I get it, but, man, I'll tell you this. If I was fortunate enough to have the physical gifts to have played Division I football, and I obviously did not by any means, I would have been screwed in this guy's world because I am the person where you ask me, hey, what's your favorite ice cream? And I am the person that says, are you talking like is it in a cone? Is it in a cup? I ask a bunch of questions after the question. So I'm out. This would not have been good for me.
Oh, yeah. No, we don't want you under the lights in front of a whiteout at Beaver Stadium because you would pee your pants, Alex. That's
right.
Look, first of all, the answer is easy. You go chocolate over vanilla every single time.
100%.
If anything, I think the quarterback coach at Oregon, Koa Kai, should double down on that and say, look, if you choose vanilla as your answer, that right there tells me you're not cut out to play Division I football. This is the most football guy quote maybe of all time of I'm going to ask you your favorite ice cream, and if you even hesitate for a second, then I know that you're not ready to play football at Oregon. Look, is it extreme? Certainly. Are football guys extreme? Yeah, definitely. Look, I think he maybe should have thrown in a few more samples because, like, where are you going other than maybe like someone's backyard barbecue where they only have chocolate or vanilla? Yeah, why not a strawberry thrown in there? A rocky road? Like, why are we only limited to those two choices? I think it's a little ridiculous. But again, football coaches are ridiculous, so it kind of
at times
with the territory.
Yeah, at times. I mean, you said it's one of the more bizarre things. I would say, who was the coach? Was it a month or two ago during the Trinidad Chambliss hearing? And he started talking about as ridiculous and embarrassing about like parenting and how. Oh, you got to tell her it's football season. She's got to wake up with the kid and all like this. Those terrible comments. Who was that, by the way?
Yeah,
that was another.
That was the that was the former Giants head coach. Oh gosh, Joe Judge.
Oh, Joe Judge. Okay.
Yeah, he's now the quarterback's coach in Oxford, and yeah, he said he gave an all-time terrible take when it came to that Trinidad Chambliss situation of like, listen, mama, you need to know when you're pregnant that I can't have my quarterback waking up to do midnight feedings. He needs a good night's rest for SEC football, all right? Because SEC football is even more important than raising children in today's day and age.
Yeah, that's right. That was Joe Judge. And you're correct. The answer should be chocolate ice cream, not vanilla. All right, elsewhere for the
I like that it gave you enough time to think about it.
Yeah. I hesitated, but I finally got to the correct answer. Yeah. Frankie Fleetwood over at Augusta at the par 3 contest was talking to a reporter.
I think you heard this, but patrons all around were chanting your name and people were cheering so loudly for you. What does that mean to you?
It means so much. I'd like to thank everyone right now. Don't know the names, but yeah, I'd like to say thanks.
I'd like to thank you on behalf of everybody. You are fantastic. Tommy, he didn't quite get there, but what's it been like watching him try so hard for a goal?
It's interesting watching him so lost for words. Chatterbox. It's very, very cool. I'm so happy for him. He was happy with he was happy with his shots, and he was so close as well. So another year, right, Frank?
Yeah. It'll be a long one.
It'll be a long year. Waiting.
When we get back here, I'll see if I can do it.
That was on ESPN's coverage of the par 3 contest. There's so much there that I love. I mean, the accent for starters is phenomenal.
Sure.
And how about his serious answers? You know, he sounds just like his dad, Tommy.
Never have I been more sure that a kid would follow in their dad's footsteps to be a pro golfer than with that clip right there. Because I'll say this: I think golfers, just as a whole, to stereotype and generalize all professional golfers, they're all pretty much, speaking of the ice cream flavors, very vanilla, very just right here. Like there's not a whole lot of personality in those country club locker rooms, but there wasn't a ton of personality from, the young Frankie Fleetwood there. So I'm like, okay, yeah, this kid has got all of the makings to become a golfer and follow in his dad Tommy's footsteps. So it's only a matter of time. It's not if, it's when Frankie Fleetwood eventually hits the links with his dad out there after an answer like that.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. That is the one part of the par 3 contest is cool. You do get some pretty special moments and seeing these golfers interact with, in this case, his son. So that was awesome from Frankie Fleetwood and his dad there, Tommy Fleetwood. All right, lastly, for some of the sounds of the week, we go back to baseball. Last week, we talked about Connor Griffin making his debut with the Pirates, and they're working on that contract extension and this new trend really in baseball, at least for the present, which is some of these guys that barely have played, if not played any Major League Baseball at all, getting extensions. He's the number 1 prospect in baseball. Here's what Paul Skeens had to say about Connor Griffin and the Pirates.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's hopefully at some point it's going to quiet down for him because I think this is his 6th day in the big league. So not every day, not every week is like this. I'm sure he'll learn, but yeah, just super happy for him and his family. Glad he got a deal that works for him, and yeah, he's going to be the face of the Pirates for a long time.
$140 million extension, and look, awesome for Connor Griffin. Did you hear this the same way I did though, where it's like we all know Paul Skeens is not going to be the face of the Pirates for a long time. Connor Griffin, you're stuck there. You're going to be there for a long time, but like I'm not going to be here for a long time.
Right. Because the Pirates offered a similar contract to Paul Skeens, and very clearly he's not signing it because I don't think Paul Skeens is going to be a Pirate long term. And he basically said it in as few of words there. It's not like, and it was kind of like, with the Travis Kelce speculation before he was retiring, like when he was talking about the Chiefs and not it wasn't like, hey, Connor Griffin is going to be our face of the franchise for years. Like he's going to be the face of the franchise for the Pirates. Basically, hinting at the fact that, Skeens, as soon as he can get out, he will get out. But look, if there's a way that the Pirates can, obviously they lock up Connor Griffin, which I think is smart. Like at this point in sports, like you do have to buy at the lowest price possible. And that's probably going to be the lowest price possible that you will get if Connor Griffin lives up to the hype that you will ever get him. So I think they're kind of getting a discount with that deal, for as crazy as it sounds. But if you could lock up Paul Skeens as well, like the Pirates have another prospect that they're pushing for a call up as well. So, and they're off to a great start. They're currently in Chicago this weekend against the Cubs, and I don't know, man. I think the Pirates are, after being the laughing stock of baseball for so long, they're quietly rumbling and quietly putting something together. And I think that the Pirates, when the Pirates are good at baseball, baseball is better. They're one of those teams because that is a fan base that has been wanting good baseball for a long time, and there's nothing better than postseason blackouts at PNC Park that I am wishing and hoping for as a baseball fan to get those back, and hopefully Connor Griffin will lead the way.
Yeah, a lot of people are high on the Pirates this year. They got some talent on that roster. I'm not confident at all. I'd bet quite a bit that Paul Skeens is not on that team in 3 years. I think he'll unfortunately be traded. But yeah, in the short term, for this year and next year, we'll see what the Pirates can do, that organization. Also, unfortunately, I think some of these deals are happening because we all know in 2027, the CBA ends at the end of this year. And so we are potentially going to be missing baseball games next year, which might be why some of these contracts are happening. All right, up next, we get back to our next draft question of the day. And it centers around some of the quarterbacks. We know who's going number 1, but how high could Ty Simpson go? That's next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock out east here on BetMGM Gameday. Alex Gold, Austin Huff hanging out with you for the next couple of hours. We're on until 4 Eastern, back in our normal full time slot. Thanks for joining us on a Masters Saturday. We'll get back into golf in just a bit. In fact, we're excited here in about 20 minutes or so to be joined by Aaron Tuning of St. Andre Golf. We'll talk a little bit of Masters. We'll also just talk golf in general with where the sport is at. We're keeping an eye on what's happening. Of course, Rory has that historic 36-hole lead at this point in time, a 6-shot lead. He will not tee off, though, for, well, I guess almost about 2 more hours down at Augusta, Georgia. We will also let you know if there's any other things to update on from the golf world coming up in a bit. Don't forget our friends at BetMGM. Golf's first major of the year is here. You can grab their boost pack for the Masters, and you're going to have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. You can activate one of your boost tokens for any Masters bet and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt, get closer to the Masters action with BetMGM. Each hour on the show today, and I think we'll do it next week as well, as we're inside 2 weeks from the NFL draft, we're doing a different draft question. We focused in on Jeremiah Love. We talked a little bit about the pass rushers with our guest in the last hour from Philadelphia. How about quarterback? This was, at one point, heck, this time last year, even heading into last year's draft or in the fall, everybody thought this was going to be a pretty decent QB class. Could Archie Manning be part of it? Could we see Garrett Nussmeier be one of the top picks? That was the thought. And then now we're down to no more than 2 quarterbacks are going to go in the first round. We know Mendoza's going 1. The question, though, today is, will Ty Simpson fall out of round 1? And what team, though, is the best fit for him? Because he's been mocked all over the place. Some people have him as a second rounder. Some people have him going in the 20s. Could there be a team that trades up into the teens to get Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama? Do you think he is a first-round quarterback? Because I do think there is a chance he falls to the second round. I think a lot of times, typically a quarterback, a team will convince themselves that, no, it's worth the first-round pick. But he feels very much like a quarterback that is going to end up being a really, really nice long-term backup in the league after he gets his chance to start and it doesn't go well. You know, the names that you keep hearing, some of the so-called draft experts comp him to, Austin, are Daniel Jones, but less athletic. That's not a good thing, by the way. Mac Jones. And Mac Jones now is a very high-level backup who might get another chance to start in the next year or so when he's done with San Francisco. But if that's the ceiling, that's the guy I'm not drafting in the first round.
Yeah, no, it's funny. You know, like a year ago, playing to your point, if you would have told us that a Big Ten quarterback was going to go number 1 overall, and no question, we're all taking out second mortgages on our houses and betting the farm on Drew Aller. Obviously, did not have the season that we all expected, and Fernando Mendoza did not have the season that we all expected and just catapulted him into that number 1 spot. And look, I'm not going to Dan Orlovsky this and say that Ty Simpson is better than Fernando Mendoza just because he's not. But I will say that it is a lot closer between Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza than it is the field with Ty Simpson. I think that they are clear cut 1 and 2 in this draft, and I would even be willing to argue that I think maybe the ceiling for Ty Simpson could be higher than it is for Fernando Mendoza. I don't love how little that Ty Simpson has played and started in college ball, because you look back, we've got plenty of case studies to go off of. The more games you start in college, the better your NFL career tends to be. And Ty Simpson, I think, only has, 15 starts under his belt, and just kind of looked worse and worse as the season went on. I know he was kind of dealing with some things, some illnesses and injuries, but that's part of football, though. Like you have to withstand that. I think that I don't think Ty Simpson is a bad quarterback by any means. I think he's a very good quarterback. But in terms of 1 versus 2, Mendoza is clear-cut number 1. Simpson is a clear-cut number 2. But I think if you can grab him at the end of the first round, which is where I think he will go, I don't think he'll fall to the second round. I think you gotta take a flyer on him, and kind of goes back to the conversation we had last year about what happened to the day and age when you would draft a rookie quarterback and you would let them sit. If you have a quarterback and someone maybe nearing the end of the road, why not take a flyer on Ty Simpson? Let him sit behind your veteran quarterback for a year or two, and then plug him in and get him ready to play when that time comes.
I mean, I agree with you. The team that comes to mind immediately is the LA Rams. Matthew Stafford.
Yeah,
this is probably
a great point.
He would have a year to sit behind him. He was with a genius offensive mind in Sean McVay. Like, I think that is a really intriguing fit. I know they gave up one of their first-round picks for Trent McDuffie. They still have pick 13. Now, I'm not suggesting they should draft Ty Simpson at 13. I don't know if they really need to do that. But could they trade back into the first round or maneuver around to do that? That would be a really intriguing team. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the other one. Heck, technically, as of right this second, the Steelers do not have a starting quarterback, right? I mean, the Aaron Rodgers are just waiting and waiting and waiting. We all think that Rodgers
I hope
will
Mason
wake
Rudolph
up and
isn't
choose
listening.
them. Yeah, sorry, Mason. I don't think they're going to be starting you week 1 with Mike McCarthy. So I would say Ty Simpson would be interesting in both of those spots. The Rams more so because he could truly just sit a full year. There'd be no doubt about what their plan is. No pressure for the kid. Just learn, just develop, and then let's see where you're at. That to me could be a landing spot. I just don't think you're doing that at 13. That's a bit much for Ty Simpson and a guy that you're not planning on starting all year. And I understand Mendoza is now probably not going to start week 1 for the Raiders, that they have Kirk Cousins. That's a little bit different. I think we understand what's going on there. I just think Ty Simpson with Los Angeles could make a lot of sense.
No, and I mean, what better quarterback and coach combo to sit under for a year, to sit and learn under for a year? I mean, Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. Yeah, I would. I mean, that's a recipe for success. But you're right. They sit in this awkward place, and maybe they can trade back, but you don't want to take them at 13. And let me ask you this, Alex. Like, where would be the ceiling on where you would take, say you are the Rams, and you want to get him, not necessarily to start right away, but to get him as your backup plan, your successor to Matthew Stafford, where would be the highest place you would pick him? Because for me, I'm thinking late first round. If you're able to trade back and you have a feeling that there's no quarterback hungry teams ahead of you and you think that Ty Simpson could fall to you at the end of the first round, I would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, in the 20s, early 20s, if the math works right on the picks and the draft trade chart and the value of particular picks, the danger of waiting, it depends. How much do you actually think Ty Simpson is the guy you can develop? I mean, if you are not completely sold on that, then of course I wouldn't even trade any of my picks to make it happen, and I would just wait. And if he falls to you, knowing that next year is a whole nother quarterback class. The problem with the Rams, the reason why I would draft Ty Simpson at some point is we all think the Rams are going to be very good this year. In fact, I think they're one of the Super Bowl favorites. So, okay, they're going to be picking 28 to 32 next year. Let's say Stafford retires yes, you could go the free agent quarterback route, but otherwise you're picking late first round next year. And yes, what we think will be a better quarterback draft class, but do you want to have to mortgage a bunch of picks to do that? And I know this is a regime with Les Snead that have been willing to trade all sorts of picks. So maybe the answer is, yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter,
right.
for them to do it. But I think early 20s could be in play for some team. I don't buy any of the noise suggesting that there's going to be a team going way up to 10 or 12 or something like that to go get Ty Simpson. I just don't think there's a necessity to do that, right? And you mentioned the other quarterbacks. And that's kind of part two of the draft question for this hour is who's next after that group? Because it's Mendoza, it's Simpson, I'm with you, but who's next that, not in the first round, none of these other quarterbacks are going to the first round. I'm talking day 2, day 3. Who are you intrigued by? Because there's one name that I think is interesting if you're willing to say, all right, it's a 4th round pick, 3rd round pick, or later. We'll take a flyer because the skill set is intriguing. The athleticism's off the charts. Let's see if we can develop them over a couple of years. That's the quarterback from Arkansas, the former Boise Stater, and Taylon Green. 6'6", 227.
Yeah.
He's probably a Saturday, day 3. So let's call it 5th round, type of pick, 4th round type of pick. And 4.36 40-yard dash, 43.5-inch vertical, 11'2" in the broad jump. He's just a freak in terms of athleticism, but he's very raw, like plenty of mistakes. He's slow to get the ball out of his hands. In fact, he's ranked 134th out of 138 quarterbacks last year in getting the ball out. So there's a reason why he'd be a day 3 pick. But on a day 3, I'll take the guy that just has a ridiculous athleticism and see if we can't develop into something. And at the very least, maybe he becomes a weapon for us in a package or two because of his legs.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of like a Hendon Hooker that came out of Tennessee a couple years ago. And obviously, Hendon Hooker was a knee injury away from, sitting in New York City for the Heisman. And Taylon Green was just a really bad Arkansas roster away from sitting in New York as a Heisman. Like, Taylon Green was really good. He's probably the best prospect that nobody talked about last year because his size, like you said, 6'6". He's got a big frame, and he's just a great, RPO type quarterback. I think he's a great one. I keep going back and forth on Drew Aller at Penn State. He's one that it's like, man, like that's the thing. It's like last year soiled so many of us on him. Going into last year, we were talking about it was a clear cut number 1. This is going to be, kind of like what we said about Arch Manning for years. This is the guy. This is the guy you want. And then 2025 happens, and my goodness, how much he fell from grace. And I know injuries played into that, and he wasn't even able to finish the year.
Can I be honest?
My
go right
ahead.
Thing, I have zero interest in him. Like I think he stinks, man. And you're right. I know it's 1 year, but man, that's how bad it was. The track record at Penn State's not great anyway with quarterbacks, but I have no interest in. Somebody will draft Drew Aller, but I don't see any future there in the NFL for him.
Well, and one thing, and I tend to agree with you, and this is like kind of why I go back and forth on it, because look, he's like a Blaine Gabbert, where it's like all of the tools are there. He's got the size, he's got the arm, he's got the just like the quarterback moxie. But one area where he does struggle in is his accuracy. And that's something you cannot teach. And that is one area where I think a lot of NFL teams think they're like, okay, well, if we could just get him to, better footwork, we can get his accuracy. No, that has never worked in football. If a quarterback is not an accurate quarterback in college, you're not going to make him one in the pros. And Drew Aller, that is one area with his throws that he would miss on a lot of throws. And you can't have that in the NFL. Certainly with, going up against the defenses you're going with, but so like that is why I kind of like, that is the argument I always make against Drew Aller making it at the next level.
And look, he'll probably go higher than the guy I mentioned, Taylon Green. I told you I would rather draft him, but I understand why Drew Aller, because of all the starts he had in college, will likely go ahead of him. There'll be some coach, in scout that they're convinced that, we can fix some of the mechanical issues that are causing the inaccuracy and we'll make it work. There's always somebody out there that thinks they can fix somebody because there are reasons and some traits that I just not really interested. The good news for him, I will say, is he did participate, unlike a lot of quarterbacks at the combine, and he needed to prove that his ankle was right. And it sounds like his ankle's at least in a much better spot. But yeah, I just don't really have much of an interest in him. We'll see. It's just not a great quarterback draft. It just isn't.
Yeah, one guy that's been making a bunch of top 30 visits this week was a guy that you watched very closely, and Jalen Daniels. Obviously a playmaker in college, and he was like a lightning rod for that program. Do you see him, making any waves at the next level?
Unfortunately, I really don't. I don't. He'll be a guy that's in camp and maybe has a chance for some highlights in preseason, and fans will like him. Great kid and everything. I don't think there's much of an NFL future for him. The same kind of thing as we were talking about with Drew Aller, though. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I might have had a completely different answer. He was on a track where at one point he was entering the season as the guy that people were talking about, not the favorite by any means, but a Heisman type guy, 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And he couldn't stay healthy. He had some lingering back problems. Last year, he struggled with accuracy. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to say it as a KU guy, I don't really expect much at the next level from him.
Yeah, it's really kind of just a buzzkill because I think obviously the quarterback is the position we harp on the most. And, last year, I guess you had a little bit flashier names with Cam Ward, but certainly with Shedeur Sanders and, the watch of where they will go. But yeah, this year it's like even the best overall quarterback, it's Fernando Mendoza. He's the LinkedIn of quarterbacks, and Ty Simpson, and it's like, okay, after that, yeah, it really just kind of drops off. It's not that sexy of a quarterback class at all.
Do you think we'll have any phone numbers left on the coffee table for kids to call, the sons of GMs to call prospects to tell them they're getting drafted and stuff? We have any of that happening this year?
Yeah, that's a great question. Maybe you never know. You set a precedent, and maybe the trend continues. But we just got to wait and see. We just got to wait and see. Oh, one also name that we did not. Well, I mean, we mentioned it in passing, but Garrett Nussmeier, a guy that kind of came into the year. The Drew Aller effect kind of took shape of, we went into the year thinking, okay, it's going to be a top prospect right up there with Cade Klubnik and at Clemson.
Oh yeah, Klubnik, yeah.
Guys that we thought were going to be at the top of this draft, and they just kind of all dropped off. And really, the only ones that kept names for themselves was Mendoza, who played obviously amazing. He played himself into that number one spot, but and then Ty Simpson. It's just kind of a it's not to go back to our quarterback coach at Oregon, but it's vanilla ice cream. It's like, okay, all right, I guess this is all we get this year.
Yeah. Patellar tendonitis, by the way, for Garrett Nussmeier was his big issue in this past college football season. That gave him all sorts of problems there at LSU. That ultimately, of course, they fired Brian Kelly, and now Lane Kiffin, as we know, is the head coach for LSU. All right, up next, let's check in on what's going on at Augusta. Aaron Tuning of St. Andre Golf is going to join us. We'll talk a little Masters and what's taking place today, including what Rory is doing, and could we see some drama actually happen after all? That's next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff, back with you here on Westwood One Sports. Of course, you guys can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight, or hit us up over on the text and call line, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Also on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, and our affiliates across the country, as well as SiriusXM Channel 375. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. We started the show today, Austin, talking about the historic lead after 36 holes for one Rory McIlroy, and I think the freedom that he's playing with after overcoming everything last year at Augusta. To talk more about that, really excited to head out and welcome in Aaron Tuning from St. Andre Golf, at Aaron Tuning on Twitter, kind enough to join us, also at St. Andre Golf on Twitter and Instagram. Aaron, thanks for joining us, man. Do you agree that it just feels like we're watching Rory at this point in time have everything behind him, and it's just playing with ease, and the pressure is almost gone?
100%. It feels almost over, kind of already over. Monkey's off his back. There's no turning back. Everyone else is toast.
Yeah, Aaron Tuning, obviously, with St. Andre Golf. And if you don't follow St. Andre Golf and you are a golf fan, you're not doing the internet properly. It is some of the funniest golf content out there. And it has been, you have obviously immersed your world, Aaron. I remember when you first told me about your idea to launch St. Andre Golf, and I was thinking, like, okay, what's this going to be? You're like, there's no one in the golf space, making comedy content. And since then, it has blown up into this thing. You've got over 400,000 followers on Instagram, around 400,000 on TikTok. It's blown into this massive thing. And you've gotten to work with some of the biggest names in golf. Of the people that you've gotten to work with and, shoot sketches with and do projects with, commercials, all of the sorts, who has been one of your most memorable to work with?
Oh, man. There's been several, a lot of pinch me moments. We were with Team Bridgestone. They're the first folks to reach out and led with Do You Want to Shoot with Tiger 3 months in. So all credit to them. Thanks for taking a chance on us, Bridgestone. That is one it's hard to look past. And we got to shoot with Tiger Woods a few months into launching St. Andre. Tiger and Fred Couples. I mean, obviously love Tiger like everyone growing up, but I had a Fred Couples poster. So Fred had my heart. And he's just as cool as I hoped he was going to be. So we shot them 3 times. It gets more and more fun, especially now that the videos have come out. He's not on social media, but the videos come out and his friends love him. And like it goes around. So now every time he sees us, he's just stoked to do whatever and trusts us. And it's just become so fun. So those guys, absolutely wonderful. And then, of course, Jason Day, Joel Damon. Everyone loves them for good reason. They're just wonderful.
Do you get a sense that this crop, I guess, this day and age of golfer too, whether it's because of social media in general, just feels like there's more personality and people that are more willing to go out there and probably work with you and be part of this kind of stuff than maybe even 15, 20 years ago?
Yeah, 100%. A lot of the guys get it nowadays. There's definitely the guys that, they're freak athletes or are just kind of, it clicked for them when they were 6 years old with a golf club in their hand. That's all they want to do. And like, get a camera away from me. I don't want to talk to media. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. The whole personal brand aspect has really caught on in the last few years. And a lot of guys are, really accepting of it. A lot of guys starting YouTube channels, which is still kind of crazy. We hear more and more guys that are like, I'm trying to get into this thing. Who knows when, a bat could go out and all of a sudden they can't play anymore and what's next. So it's been great. We've definitely been beneficiaries of guys kind of leaning in the last couple of years.
You're based in and out of Atlanta, Georgia. Have you made it to Augusta? And if so, what was that experience like?
Yeah, I had twice. I mean, once growing up, if there weren't photos, I wouldn't remember it. I was like, 8 or 9 years old. 3 years ago, I went on Friday. Haven't been back since, but that was a special day. Absolutely loved it. It is, Disney World for adults. It truly feels like that. It's just absolutely perfect. Same type thing of like, if a wrapper accidentally hits the ground, someone's going to pick it up and you don't even see. We saw when the tree fell a couple years ago, and all of a sudden it was just gone.
Yeah, right.
Just the pristine conditions, the facilities, all just unreal, and also the phone aspect. Like, I know it's kind of a fun gimmick nowadays because we're so obsessed with our phones, but it really was like I paid so much more attention to literally everything. I talked to so many more folks that I wouldn't have chatted with. You're standing next to someone and feel a little uncomfortable because you're alone for a minute. Now you just talk to friends, and all of a sudden you're in with new folks. Yeah, it was great. It was definitely got there a little later than I should, so didn't watch a ton of golf up close, but just made sure to walk all the team and try every food item I could, and had a blast.
Yeah, were you just parked at the merchandise tent? I hear all the time, people are out there shipping stuff off with FedEx right from the merchandise tent and spending, $10,000 for their buddies and people back home.
Yeah, I messed that up. I somehow did not hear that we could ship it, and I got too excited. I came to the merch tent first. I did follow people's advice. I went to the far merch situation, not the bigger one up front, so it was a little less crowded. And bought. I spent like $600 or $700 on posters, like a belt that's already too small for me after a couple sloppy years. And I carried it around in a giant bag all day. It was a little sweaty, and yeah, I realized about an hour into it, someone mentioned the shipping thing, and I looked around like, no one else is carrying merch bags. I'm a giant.
Yeah.
Still, I got the stuff.
Yeah, how do you explain that to your wife? Because like as guys, like we get it. It's like you have to, you can only get the merch at Augusta. You have to do it. But when you drop, $600 or $700, like how do you put it into layman's terms to where she can understand?
What's fun is I hadn't thought about this. You just said it. This was 3 years ago. I got married 2 years ago. So.
Oh, there you go. Then you don't even have to worry about it.
I truly didn't. I never thought about it until you just said that. And I was like, yeah, 1 year later, it would have been an issue, but I was chilling.
Right. Well, Aaron, I think we would be, at least I would be remiss. You are a massive Braves fan. In fact, you just dropped a video collaboration with the Braves earlier this week, which was incredibly funny, just fantastic comedy, talking about their new Braves vision that they just launched, their own network. And it is kind of crazy that, especially this week of all weeks, where Jorge Soler is known for one of the most famous hits in Braves history with his 2021 home run that I still don't think has landed yet. And now he's involved in one of the other biggest hits in Braves history with manager Walt Weiss taking him out in our first brawl of 2026 season. Is Walt Weiss, is he going to moonlight as a linebacker with the Falcons this year, or is baseball his only route this year?
I don't know. We could use him. That whole situation, it's like, when your dads fight at the dinner table, it's just very awesome. I didn't realize Walt Weiss took him down until the replay, and it's just the coolest thing in the world. We've been wanting that. We love Snit. Snicker got us a championship. Team guy forever. Absolutely love him. But it's weird calling Walt Weiss younger, but he's obviously a little younger. Has a little bit more that fire we've been hungry for a while, and there's no better way to put that on display than tackling one of the biggest heroes.
Yeah, seriously.
We've got Aaron Tuning joining us here from St. Andre Golf, talking a little Masters, talking some golf, talking some Braves baseball as well. I'm sure you saw the new City Connects that just came out like yesterday for some of these teams. The Braves one is absolutely sick. There's about 8 other teams that released some new ones this weekend. I'm in Kansas City, and a lot of people aren't a huge fan of the purple and pink look. Have you seen these City Connects that are out there? What do you make of any of these? Do you like baseball doing this?
I love it. This is the first one I've ever ordered. It was a must buy as soon as I saw it. The Dale Murphy, powder blue. We have some of the best throwbacks in baseball. Our throwback adjacent with these, kind of an updated take on it, as well as the little TBS ATL badge on the side.
Yeah.
A lot of people that they might not notice that, but it's really cool. Ours rule, super thankful that ours are great. I know some of them kind of suck. But,
Yeah.
But at least be thankful if your team got a good one, you'd have to buy it, and they're a full $200, which I did not know. So I don't know. Fanatic.
Now that's one you do have to explain to the wife.
Yeah, totally. And I'm not a Jersey guy, so I don't even know why I bought it, but it was so cool. I had to get it. I do like that we're doing it, and I love, on the PGA Tour, the couple tournaments where they can like put their nicknames on the back. The dude who said "need a wife" a couple weeks ago. Did you see that? Did you see that?
No.
His caddy, instead of his player's last name, said "need a wife." There's a single dude.
That's brilliant marketing. That's better than Tinder.
They, of course, asked him about that after, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just looking for a great girl. I don't know. I've got a good wife, or a good life, a family." So I love all that type of stuff. Obviously, Masters also love for the opposite, and they don't allow the goofier stuff, I guess. But yeah, I like both sides of it. City Connects are cool.
Okay. Last question on the way out the door. Obviously, Aaron Tuning from St. Andre Golf. If you are a golf fan and you like comedy, there's no better golf comedy troupe than St. Andre Golf. And their merch is pretty sick. The name derives from St. Andrews Golf Course mixed with a little Atlanta flair. Shout out Outcast with Andre. Look, he's actually showing some off on the stream right now. Fantastic merch. Check it out, St. Andre Golf on all of the socials. Aaron, you obviously have so many great skits that you've written and that you starred in with St. Andre, and so I'd be remiss if I did not ask, as golfers, your biggest pet peeve on the golf course. Like, what is the one thing where, whether you're playing at your, your local track or, or if you're watching other people play on TV, what is your biggest pet peeve when it comes to golf?
If I'm playing, it is, it's self-awareness. Pace of play is probably the thing that mainly ties in there. Like, if you're new to golf, great. Love to play with you. Just pick up if you need to. If we've lost 3 balls and there's people waiting, like, pick up or let them play through. That's probably my biggest thing. Every once in a while you get paired with someone, and it's just tough. They do not care who's behind them.
Yeah.
It's not there, so that one hurts. Yeah, I don't know. I do like the more relaxed aspect. There's some rules here and there that I feel like are going to be gone in a few years when it comes to don't change your shoes in the parking lot and,
yeah.
After your shirt comes out, you're getting a call. Like, that type of stuff. I know there's all the history and it's classy, but yeah, some of that stuff, I'm like, all right, what are we doing? Let's still try to keep fun, number one thing here.
At Aaron Tuning on Twitter and Instagram, you can give him a follow there. See the work that he has done with the Atlanta Braves, and then also at St. Andre Golf. Give them both a follow because he's one of the funniest. A guy who came up big, and I feel like we'd be remiss if we did not pay a little respect to the late great Vine. Aaron making it big on Vine back in the day. So. Pour some out for Vine on your way out the door. But, Aaron, thanks so much for the time today, man. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, dude. It's great to see you, and happy Masters.
Absolutely. Good stuff there. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Augusta and the golf rules, man. You see, we didn't even get to, what's his name, McIntyre flipping everybody off or whatever, or just frustrated and that whole deal this week, too. That was interesting to see down at Augusta.
Yeah, seriously. And I would not take Aaron's advice in terms of buying merch at the Masters if you are married. That is one thing that you should think about before buying anything from Augusta. If you're lucky enough to make it into Augusta, that's
the thing.
Alex,
and they've cracked down on
a while.
They've cracked down on the resale market a lot too. They've really cracked down on everything when it comes to that. It's even harder than it used to be. People are fearful of losing their ticket rights or their badge rights, I should say, as well. All right, up next, though, let's talk a little bit more about baseball. We asked them about the Braves. Let's talk more about what is going on in baseball the first couple weeks of the season, including a key injury for somebody that was a top Rookie of the Year runner-up last year. That's unfortunate news. We'll also get into those City Connects and what baseball is doing with those in 2026.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Here comes Soler going after Lopez. They square up, and Soler and Lopez are throwing haymakers. They're going after each other. Soler is finally tackled from behind as the Angels and Braves are all out onto the field. That came up out of nowhere. Soler was upset after a couple of pitches were high and in after he hit yet another homer off Lopez. And a fight broke out just out of thin air.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. That right there was on FanDuel Sports Network West. I must say, I apologize. I do not know the announcer's name, but that was a phenomenal call of a baseball brawl. I mean, for a second, I thought it was just a heavyweight fight. I mean, that was perfect. Sometimes it's like, it looks like a punch might have just been thrown. There's another punch. Like, this was legit. Like, I thought I was listening to round 5 of a heavyweight fight.
Yeah, no, and there's some people who are saying like,
Wayne Randazzo.
Wayne Randazzo, shout out. Well done, man. If you want to flip over to the ring, man, you have a seat waiting for you because it was awesome. And I heard some baseball naysayers being like, that wasn't a fight. No. In terms of baseball, that was a fight. That would be like saying, in a no-hitter isn't a baseball game because no one connected. No, it's still a baseball game, right? Like, just because there were some swings and some misses doesn't mean there wasn't a fight. When you have Walt Weiss, the manager of the Braves, tackling Jorge Soler, who is one of the biggest dudes in baseball to begin with, that, my friends, is a fight, and that was a good one that we got. I think both guys were suspended 7 games, and both obviously appealing them, which I'd love to know what that appealing process is like, right? Like, it's like, I didn't break the rake. I was merely testing its durability. Then I placed it in the woods because it's made of wood, and I just thought it should be with its family. Like, that's what I imagine the appeal process is like after these brawls in baseball. But, man, late night baseball, Braves on the West Coast at the Angels, turned out to be much better than I think any of us anticipated.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was terrific. I will say, you mentioned, was it a real brawl or not? This one was. In general, a lot of times baseball fights are very low on the fight rating of sports and as athletes. Like, if let me ask you this. I think I know the clear number one answer of who does the in-game fighting best if there's a fight or a brawl. Hockey players, number 1, right? I know they have the pads on.
Oh, yeah.
Is hockey one? Who's 2? Because is baseball the worst? Like, if we're going baseball, basketball, football, hockey, what athlete fight is better than the rest? Because I think certainly hockey's 1. I think football might be 2 or 3. The worst is either basketball or baseball. I'm trying to figure out where we're putting it.
See, I think I actually have football coming in at number 4. I think I have football going in the last spot, mainly because you don't see a lot of fights in football. And when you do, it's usually just scrappy, pushing and shoving. There's very rarely anyone throwing punches, rightfully so. They're fully padded and wearing helmets. Nobody's going to throw punches. I mean, now, occasionally you'll get what was it FAU or FIU back in the day when the guys took off their helmets against Miami and were swinging their helmets like that.
LeGarrette Blount after a game in Oregon. We got Myles Garrett swinging around a helmet. I mean, I'll tell you what, football occasionally can get good for that.
No, you're right. Like it can occasionally, but it's, few and far between. And then basketball, look, if you're playing a sport where it's a foul even just to touch someone, it's, the physical contact probably isn't going to be there. There's, I don't know if you could name the last great brawl that happened in football. I think baseball is the clear number 2. And I know that you get a lot for every great brawl you get probably 6 or 7 benches clearing situations where nobody lays a finger on anyone and it's just a bunch of yapping and jawing back and forth. But I think back to like the Dodgers and Diamondbacks back in the day, the Rugnid Odor just clapping.
Yes.
Him
and Bautista, right?
Tim Anderson getting clocked by the Sox or when he was with the Sox back in the day. Like, there's just been so many greater It's feast or famine with baseball, but the feasts have been so good, and you can't go into baseball thinking whenever a brawl breaks out that you're going to get a UFC bare knuckle fight like you do with hockey or in the octagon. You have to know what you're getting with baseball, but when baseball connects, like Rougned Odor's fist, it can literally
And I think
Jose Bautista's jaw, it can really deliver.
I think baseball, we view the consequences are so different. You're right, 7-game suspension, but when there's 162 games, we're all like, oh, okay. NFL,
Right.
As Grant, one of our producers behind the scenes, points out, the Chiefs had that Sunday night game against the Lions this year, and at the end of the game, Juju Smith-Schuster and Branch got into it. And remember, Juju's lip got busted up, but Branch got suspended, if I'm not mistaken, for a game. Well, one game in an NFL season, that feels like a much bigger deal than me telling you Jorge Soler's out for a week for for a baseball team. It just doesn't have the same consequence.
No, you're right. You're right. And that's why it's like, it's funny. It's like they're way harder on, PED crackdowns than they are on actual fights. And I mean, but I think rightfully so. If I'm running Major League Baseball, I'm not handing out like massive suspensions for these fights because, I kind of don't want to completely discourage them because they are great for ratings and they are great for, people turning heads and tuning in, especially when there's bad blood. Like, I think I'm actually surprised that we have not gotten a brawl between the Dodgers and Padres over the last 4 years with the amount of bad blood that those two franchises have with each other. To me, that's become one of the best rivalries in baseball over the last few years. And the fact that we haven't, I mean, sure, we've gotten people getting hit by pitches, the Shohei Ohtani deal, but even Shohei Ohtani, downplayed that whole situation and, told his guys to not clear the benches or anything. Like, I'm fine. But
I was going to say, what you're saying, there's a lot of old school baseball players that feel like between the WBC and just how players interact, like the players are too nice to each other now, that they all play together sometimes on the WBC team, so they know each other well, and they're all too friendly. They're all joking around at first base with each other. Look, I don't care, but I do think that is why we don't see as much of the fighting and the animosity and the real hate, because I do think a lot of them, they all train with each other in the off season. There's Royals players might train with some Cubs players or whatever. I think that the game is just so different now than what it was back then, where there was real hate.
Yeah, no, and I think that's one of the reasons why I love Padres Dodgers so much is because of there is hatred there. Like Manny Machado hates the Dodgers. The Dodgers hate Manny Machado. Fernando Tatis, the same thing. Like that's why it's like we need more of that. We need bad blood in baseball. Remember when the Yankees and Red Sox used to absolutely despise each other? The fans still do, sure, but the players, you're right. Like they're gone are the days of the Pistons versus Bulls, bad boys era of Pistons against the Bulls, where it was like we were close to a fight just about every night in the NBA back then. Now it's like, now it's they're swapping jerseys after games, and they're going to they're going to white parties after the game, right? Like it's just, I don't know. To me it's kind of a buzzkill, and we need more animosity in sports. We need Walt Weiss tackling Jorge Soler in sports.
Yeah, do we need more of these City Connect jerseys, though? We were asking Aaron in the last segment. I was asking about the debut of City Connect 2.0. A lot of these teams already had them, but Fanatics and Nike requires you to have new City Connects every, I think, 3 or 4 years. And I don't know if you saw I think there were 8 of them that came out this week. Atlanta might be the best one of the bunch. The Powder Blues are sick. And I know, obviously, for those of you listening, where I understand you may not be able to, you can't see them right now, but if you've seen them, you know what we're talking about. Do you think this is a good idea? Like, I think in general, the City Connects have been a big win for baseball. Some of them, as you're going to, are big misses, and some of them look terrible. Some are awesome. That's going to happen. It's not the end of the world. But do you like the idea of having the City Connects?
The Pirates ones this year, for example, I think are awesome. They're fantastic. The All Blacks, and they actually have the feel of the city. There are some there. It's like the Nike is just stretching in terms of making the connections to the city, and that's when I would think like, all right, Nike, let's tone it down a bit. Let's make these actually look good, because there's way more misses than there are, hits, which I mean, I guess is fitting for baseball, considering you if you connect on 3 out of 10 at bats, then you're a Hall of Famer. That's essentially what Nike's been doing. They've connected on 3 of about 10 in baseball. Your thoughts? I got to ask you. The Royals came out with theirs. You got the gradient pink to blue helmets. How did you feel when those were unveiled?
It's mixed reaction in KC. My reaction is that the hats are atrocious. The gradient hat is awful. I think they picked the wrong hat. There's some alternate hats with this color scheme that works fine. And look, there is the tie to the city, the old 1991 city flag. That was the colors, so that's their thought process with it. The part that's a problem is one of their sponsors that are on the jersey. It's fine, great company and everything. But when you have pink and purple on the jersey and then you have this bright red QT patch on it, it just looks
quick
terrible.
trip. Yeah,
it looks awful. Yeah. So that's my thoughts here. Overall, it's not a big deal, but they're stuck with them. Their old City Connects were way better. All right, he's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Up next, we get to our next draft question of the show. This time we take a look at those wide receivers. Next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
2 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll continue our draft questions each hour here in just a second. Don't forget, you guys can interact with us. Call or text 310-840-4910 here on Westwood One Sports. 310-840-4910. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM channel 375 as well. You can interact and follow us at Austin Huff, at Alex Gold on Instagram or on X as well. Keeping an eye on what's going on at Augusta. We're still a little ways away from the next group teeing off, and certainly the featured group 150. So that'd be 250, I guess, Eastern time. Rory McIlroy and his 6-stroke lead going to tee off with Sam Burns, who is tied with Patrick Reed for second. And don't forget, if you're looking a place to bet the Masters, well, BetMGM, golf's first major of the year, is here. Grab the boost pack for the Masters, and you'll have a chance to boost the odds. In fact, you'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of your boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt, get closer to the Masters action with BetMGM. All right, man, let's continue our draft questions. We've talked about Jordan Love earlier today, the quarterbacks. Now, the wide receivers and how we see this group playing out. Everyone wants to talk about 2027 and how awesome that wide receiver class is going to be. Do we have a star or two, though, in this wide receiver class, or are you better off waiting to maybe draft one of the mid-tier guys in that 25 to 40 range where there's not much of a separation, I should say? Who's the best wide receiver, do you think? And who should be going first out of this group? Let's narrow it down to the big 3, and Carnell Tate and Lemon and Jordan Tyson as well. I'll let you start on this. It's interesting because this is a group that we've talked a ton about here locally, knowing that potentially at 9, the Chiefs could be interested in a wide receiver. So I have my pick if it's the wide receiver there. What about you? I don't think you're expecting the Titans to draft a wide receiver at 4, but who do you think's the first wide receiver off the board?
That, my friends, is a great tease because I'm very interested to hear who you want to go to KC at 9. But to answer your question, look, I think it's a clear 1, 2, 3 in the this year's draft in terms of wide receiver. I think in my personal opinion, I think Carnell Tate is the best wide receiver available in this year's class. But that's not to say Mekhi Lemon and Jordan Tyson aren't right behind him in whatever rankings you want to go by. But yeah, do the Titans go wide receiver? Definitely not in the first round for sure. I do think there is a strong possibility they could get a playmaker at the beginning of the second round, in which case I think maybe a guy like Denzel Boston, who is, I think, one of the more slept on names in the draft this year, out of Washington. I think it's just, it's something about those, well, I guess now Big Ten guys, but former Pac-12 guys, that people just don't stay up that late to watch the games. But this is a guy, Denzel Boston reminds me a lot of like a Randy Moss, almost similar size, 6'4", 212. I think his comp in the league that I've seen thrown out there is Cortland Sutton today. But he's a big play boundary receiver with a dangerous vertical threat. Like he's got some great size and great speed, and only had 3 drops in 198 targets since 2024. So it's a guy who is going to catch the ball if you just throw it in his vicinity. Had over 1,700 yards and 20 touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. Like, to me, not enough people are talking about Denzel Boston, but I kind of like it that way as a Titans fan because I'm hoping he falls to the beginning of the second round before they could maybe get a piece for Cam Ward to throw to. But going back to the original question, yeah, I think Carnell Tate is the head and shoulders above. It reminds me very much of, and this is an easy comp because he's from the same school, but Marvin Harrison Jr. But Mekhi Lemon and Jordan Tyson, I think, are also great home run hits for you as well if you go that route.
So I think Tate will be the first receiver off the board. I agree. I think he will be off the board first. The one thing you got to love about him is the Ohio State wide receiver track record, even if Marvin Harrison Jr. right now doesn't look great with Arizona. The question that I have about Tate is one that we've had for years with a lot of these top tier guys that are also part of a good wide receiver room is what happens when Carnell Tate is the guy. Right now, is Jeremiah Smith making Carnell Tate look really good, or is Carnell Tate making Jeremiah Smith look really good? And that's something we don't have the answer to. That'd be my only hesitation. The part I love is you kind of laid out some of it there, but also you were talking about Boston and the drops or lack thereof. Carnell Tate, 0 drops, 66 targets this past season. 0% drop rate. You know, that gotta love that. There's some guys in this draft class that have a problem with holding on to the football. Carnell Tate is not one of them. I think he's off the board first. Cleveland does make a lot of sense. I would love if he fell to 9 to where Kansas City's at. The receiver that I think they might be more realistically targeting, to me, is the second best receiver in this class. And it's not Jordan Tyson, it's Mekhi Lemon. And the reason why it's not Tyson is the injury concerns really, really scare the crap out of me when it comes to Jordan Tyson. I think if any of these three were to fall, and we're sitting there in Pittsburgh a couple Thursdays from now, and it's pick 18 or something, we're all like, how on earth is he still on the board? I can't believe we're on pick 21. How is he still out there? It would be Jordan Tyson if one of these guys actually fell. And it would be because of the injury history. I mean, multi-ligament knee injury, ACL, MCL, PCL, 2022. He had the broken collarbone. He had a hamstring injury. Now, he did not do any the pre-draft stuff either on top of it. And I think coming up actually, what are we, 6 days from now? Yeah, he's going to have a workout. And so maybe that alleviates the concerns. If he looks great in the workout, everybody says he's healthy, then good for him. That might be a great opportunity for him to alleviate those concerns. But that's why I have Tyson below Tate and Lemon, mainly because of the injury concerns. I also think Mekhi Lemon, you were going with comps. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the comp that comes to mind for Lemon. And so that's obviously very, very intriguing, especially if I'm just talking about through who could be taking him in that 8 to 12 range. I think Kansas City's a team to watch for him if they don't go pass rusher. We were talking about those earlier, Bailey and Bain. If Bain's there, that's probably who they should pick. But we're talking wide receivers right now, and I would go, Tate, Lemon, Tyson, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no, and you do have to be careful. The comp for that I keep seeing for Jordan Tyson is like a JSN, but the Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That would be great if he's him for sure. Yeah.
yeah, right, exactly. But and that's what I think it is, though. It's one of those. I think with Jordan Tyson is, look, every draft pick is a coin flip to begin with. Let's start there. You never know what you're going to get, no matter where they're drafted, what round, how high in the draft if they're going to pan out. You never know. Every draft pick is a coin flip. Nothing is a sure thing. But that coin flip is even intensified when there is an injury concern there. And if you want to mess with that. Now, I think the upside is so great if he is able to stay healthy and he's come back healthy with Jordan Tyson. I think he can be one of the best wide receivers in the sport. That's a massive if, though. And it really comes down to your individual team of if you want to roll the dice and take that gamble.
And some teams are certainly in better position to do that based on their wide receiver rooms. The other part that we won't have an answer to for years, and we check back in 4 years, okay? And that is, we're talking about Carnell Tate. We both agree should be the number 1 receiver off the board. Is that because it's just not a great wide receiver class? Like, would he be the 4th receiver off the board next year in what is supposed to be a great 2027 wide receiver class? Because I think Carnell Tate even next year would be a first-round receiver, but I don't think we would be talking about him being a top 10 pick next year. Now, look, he's not in next year's draft. Good for him. Probably going to be a top 10 pick. I'm just saying, we're doing our wide receiver conversation and ranking, and someone's got to be the first receiver taken off the board. And this year it looks like it's him, but how do teams really feel about these guys? They're going to be drafted high because teams need receivers and all that. But it'd be fascinating to compare these three in particular to what ultimately happens next year. Are we already overinflating the 2027 class, or are we correct in like, all right, Carnell Tate, really, really nice receiver, but he'd probably be like the 4th receiver off the board next year. And that's what I want to see over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I think it's a mixture of like two things. Like, yeah, maybe there is a little overinflation, but it's also you, especially for Carnell Tate in particular, you have to look at where he's coming from. He's coming from Ohio State, and Ohio State has just been a wide receiver factory, right? And
Sure.
it's if you want a successful wide receiver in the league, you go to an Ohio State, you go to a Tennessee, maybe a USC, but like every school kind of has those positions. If you want linebackers, you go to Penn State. If you want quarterbacks, you go to USC. That tend to just know what they're doing at certain positions, and Ohio State seems to be that. In fact, next year, Jeremiah Smith is probably going to be the first one off the board, and that's another,
Yep.
guess what, Ohio State guy. So I think it's like you. I really don't think you would be going wrong with Carnell Tate. Is he maybe a little more overhyped because it's kind of the best we have to work with this year? Maybe, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to downplay like what he's done or what he can do at the next level just based off of the year he's drafted.
Yeah, I mean, I think given the track record that has happened at Ohio State and his peers in this draft, I think he is the fairly clear number one wide receiver in this year's class. Now, some of the other names you brought up, Denzel Boston out of Washington, who could be a late first, probably second round type of draft pick. The other names, just if we want to keep talking about him, Casey Concepcion of Texas A&M is one to watch. I think he has a chance to sneak into the first round. I know we're talking about these three maybe being as high as top 15 picks, top 20 picks. I could see KC being a guy that gets drafted like 25 or certainly that 25 to 30 range. And we're talking about another receiver. I know there's a lot of people that believe whether it's Boston or Brazil, the wide receiver out of Tennessee, that could we see 6 receivers go in the first round? Like, if we think that, then we're talking about Denzel Boston or Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana. These guys all being drafted, and some of them much later in the first round. And when you're drafted, if you're a contending team, if you're picking 28 to 32, a team that was on a deep playoff run, or in the Patriots or Seahawks case, of course, in the Super Bowl, and you can get a guy like Concepcion, I think that's a hell of a pick that late in the draft, if in fact that's the route they go. And that guy could step in and be on a contender immediately.
Yeah, Casey Concepcion's one of those guys where it's like when you watch him, you're just like, oh man, there's so much. Like, offensive coordinators got to be just salivating whenever they watch tape on him. Hey, I haven't seen many comps on him, but the one comp that like the name that pops into my head when I think of him and his play style is a Deebo Samuel. And they're actually very close in size, but he just seems to me like that kind of guy where you can do a lot of different things with. Deebo Samuel, I'm pretty sure, has played every position on the football field, excluding punter, and that's only given a matter of time for that. So just let it be, let him punt. Let Deebo punt at some point, just so we can check it off the list. But Casey Concepcion, I feel like you could do similar things. You could run him out of the backfield. You can put him in the slot. I think you could potentially work him on the outside. Obviously, his size kind of hinders that advantage a little bit, but I just like him a lot. I watched a few of his games last year, and he's quick, he's fast, and I think he could really help a team, kind of like what we're saying with Jordan Tyson. Is like, if you are already kind of sound and secure in your wide receiver room, Casey Concepcion is a complement to it. He's something that, like a spark plug that can really enhance an offense. And I'd love to see him go to a team with a great offensive coordinator that could dial something up good for him.
Yeah, I think keep an eye on him. That pick 25 to 32 range, 28 to 32 range. The reason why he's a late first or early second is the opposite of what we said with some of these other guys. Drops are maybe a bit of a concern for him. He had 19 of them in 100 and some odd catches. I think it was 160 I saw catches in his college career. So the drops are something to keep an eye on. That might be a little bit why he is further in the first round and not in the same group here of guys like Lemon, Tyson, and Tate. But as a late first rounder, I don't think that's too big of a stretch at all. If you think there's going to be 5-6 wide receivers taken, I would say KC Concepcion is one of them, and somebody that we should keep an eye on in Pittsburgh. 2 Thursdays from now. Are you, by the way, on the draft note, just with being in Pittsburgh and everything, you've gone to the draft before, right? You say you went in Nashville a couple years ago, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it was in Nashville in 2019.
Okay, so I didn't know you at the time, but you and I were both on Broadway Street during the NFL draft, I guess. But I would say Mendoza chose not to go to the draft this year in Pittsburgh, and it's very on brand for him, right? Like very much on brand for him not to go. So I actually applaud it for his case, for his sake. Does that, like, as a fan, does that make you like worried that the draft eventually we're just going to get to the point where like nobody's there?
Like you mean player wise, like the getting drafted? Because I think as long as they keep hosting in different cities, people are going to show up. Why? I don't necessarily understand. I think it is. I think the NFL draft is one of the most overhyped things that we have in sports today, where it's
you don't want to hear people read off names.
That's the thing. That's all it is. And I don't think people know that. Like, look, I'm sorry to everyone in Pittsburgh, but when you go to the draft, you will see it's like, oh, this is it. It's just a lot of standing around for 8 minutes. At least they lowered the time this year. So 8 minutes down from 10 minutes in years past. But you stand around and then someone comes out and reads a name on a card and that's it. And I mean, like, that's what the entire thing is. I don't even understand why we watch it on TV. I mean, other than, like, seeing what your team, like, who they pick or, who goes where, there's really, like, there's not a whole lot of entertainment value to it, which is why I don't understand why we play it up as, like, bigger than most sporting events. And, like, to me, if the Stanley Cup final is on or Stanley Cup playoffs are on or the NFL draft, I'm probably throwing on the Stanley Cup playoffs just because the entertainment value is so much higher. But in terms of Fernando Mendoza attending it, I think that I'm sure that the health of his mom, who I believe is battling MS, if I'm not mistaken, that, like, I'm sure that probably plays a hand into it. But yeah, it is kind of on brand. It sucks for the NFL. The NFL does not have a lot of juice and firepower in this year's draft to begin with, and your number one overall pick, when they don't show up, it's like, okay, what else do you have to sell us on? Like, one of the edge rushers who aren't incredibly recognizable, or Jeremiah Love, I guess, would be the next explosive player you have, and I don't know. It's just it's interesting, but I'm also, you know what? Good for you, Fernando Mendoza. Like, you do what you need to do what's best for your family, and don't worry about the NFL and the product that they have to put on TV.
Yeah, it's his own decision. I got no problem with it for Mendoza. I do think you're right. The NFL probably can't stand the fact that the guy that's going to go number one overall is not going to walk across the stage and hug Roger Goodell and hold up the jersey and all that kind of stuff. But look, the NFL draft on Thursday night, I'm locked in. Like that, I'll give you, like, Saturday, I'll just set the alerts up for the team I cover, and I'm good to go. Friday night, a little bit like that. I'll actually be in Pittsburgh this year, so maybe my stance on it will be a little bit different. But, yeah, I mean, Thursday, there is drama. I mean, you do wonder who's the guy that slides and how does that react. And, we all know there's been circumstances where somebody that we thought was going to go in the first round doesn't go till day 2, and that's always a lot of drama. The Will Levises, the Aaron Rodgers green room photos and video that we had from many, many years ago. So there's some of that. There's always some controversy around it, but I understand in general, yes, it is still just somebody reading a name off a note card at the end of the day. But it's become so popular, and they're going to have 800,000 people or something like that at the draft over over a couple days, I think it is, if not more, there in Pittsburgh. So it should be a pretty cool site there, right next to the river. There in Pittsburgh. Looking forward to that. All right, up next here, Alex Gold, Austin Huff on Westwood One Sports. I want to talk about the NBA. We got play-in games coming up, play-in tournament in the NBA on Tuesday. In fact, we know one of the teams in the West, the 7-8 game, what's going to happen there. What exactly are we going to do about what has occurred the last day or so? I think there were 150 players that sat out yesterday in the NBA. Felt like that, at least. We'll get into that next.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Oh, yeah, that was the Joker a couple weeks back against Wimby and company over on Prime, and we are inching closer and closer to the start of the NBA postseason. That'll be this week, and in fact, we do not have a single first-round playoff matchup firmly set because of seeding and everything entering today. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. We'll get into a couple of the storylines heading into this weekend, as well as last night, where we saw 168 players. I said 150 before we went to break, and I was like, maybe I'm a little too high on the number. And our producer, Zach, said, no, it's actually even more. 168 players sat out yesterday, including SGA and Jokic. Unbelievable. Illness, air quotes, injury, just ridiculous. But the postseason does start here in a few days. 168 is, I'd love someone to have to look it up. That's got to be a record, right?
Yeah, well, 5 of the top Nuggets alone sat out with Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and you're probably thinking like, okay, well, I guess the Nuggets really want to play for that. They want to let the Lakers jump them so they can play the Rockets, who are firmly locked in at the 5th seed.
Yeah.
They want to play the Rockets in the first round. Well, the Nuggets just go out and beat the Oklahoma City Thunder last night anyway. So it didn't even really, I don't know if that was the reasoning or anything like that. Obviously, NBA Twitter can run rampant, but it's wild that the play-in tournament starts on Tuesday, and not a single matchup is like firmly set in place right now, including like in the West. Like we know the 4 teams that are going to be in the play-in, but the seeding is a big part because that determines the matchup. You've got the 7th and the 10th locked in, but the 8th and 9th between the Trailblazers and the Clippers, they could flip-flop roles, which means you're flip-flopping matchups for that play-in tournament.
Right. No, exactly. Yeah. In the West, there's basically 2 outcomes. You mentioned one of them. Yeah. Trailblazers, Clippers, trying to figure out the number 9 or number 8, number 9. And then even though we know how it's going to play out, the Nuggets and Lakers are still actually not locked into the 3 or the 4. They're still battling that out. Even though I think we kind of know where that's trending. And we're probably likely headed to Rockets against the Lakers coming up. But yeah, not a single first round playoff series is set. The Pistons in the East could face anyone from, let's see, I'm looking at the bracket potentially. The Pistons could face the Raptors, could be the Magic against the Pistons, could be even the 76ers, Charlotte, Miami. It is pretty wide open overall. Right this second, though, in the East, it's Charlotte and Miami, Orlando and the 76ers. It's the Clippers, Warriors, Suns, Trailblazers for the play-in tournament coming up. I guess Tuesday night would be the first night of the play-in tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's pretty wild that it's there is so much going down in terms of that 3 and 4 spot that I'm actually really interested in between the Lakers and the Nuggets out in the West. You're either playing the Timberwolves or you're playing the Rockets. Both the Lakers and the Nuggets, who are going to be scoreboard watching as much as they are playing tomorrow night. They tip off at the same time, 7:30 tomorrow night. And so you're going to have both games going on at the same time. It's kind of exciting because, as much as exciting as, playoff seeding can be. But, I think the matchups do play a big role in the tournament this year, especially when it comes to, a Nuggets team that hasn't necessarily played up to par like we thought that they would this year. I think you've got 2 clear-cut favorites in the West with the Thunder and the Spurs. And I think they're on a crash course to meet in the Western Conference Final. But if there was a team to throw them off, you would have said before last week it would have been the Nuggets and the Lakers. Now I think it's really kind of just the Nuggets with the injuries that the Lakers have been dealt with.
Right, because of the experience, because of Jokic and where he's at, you still give the Nuggets a shot to have a huge say in what happens with the Thunder in the West, but totally understand why when you look at the betting markets, it's really about the Spurs and it's about what the Thunder are going to do. But the matchup-wise that we're probably going to get, Rockets, Lakers, the 4-5, because of how everything is sorted out. Last week we discussed, Luka's injury, and now on top of that, Austin Reeves. that series is still intriguing to me because I just want to, can the Lakers
Sure.
find a way with LeBron basically and nobody else, within reason, to get it done enough to beat the Rockets. And then, all right, let's check in on the injury timeline again on Reeves and on Luka. But I'm not so sure. I think last week we asked the question, will the Lakers win their opening round series? And I said no. I think you might have said no as well. So it sounds like neither one of us think they're going to get past the Rockets.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to, and it's what sucks as like a basketball fan. Like I don't like the Lakers by any means. Like I'm not a Lakers fan at all. I do love Luka and I do love LeBron, and I want to see them do well just because I think the longer you have your A-list stars in the sport, the better the sport is, especially when it comes time to playoffs. And I would love to just from a fan's perspective, with no dog in the hunt, I would love to see the Lakers win that first round just so we have the chance of getting back Luka from the hamstring injury that he suffered. And that's even just a chance. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they get by the Rockets now, and I think they're going to be a first round exit, which really kind of stinks. And then in terms of the other side, but with the Nuggets and Timberwolves, Nikola Jokic reminds me of just one of those guys that if you ever play pickup basketball at the Y, where you'll be playing to say you're playing to 21 or playing to 11 or whatever, and one team has 9 points. They're getting ready to potentially call game. Nikola Jokic is one of those older dudes who just kind of he plays well, but he really ramps it up when it's needed. And I think that's what you get with Jokic in the playoffs is he is the best player in the sport. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no question about it. He is the absolute best. No offense to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but Jokic is the best. And the only reason he's not, going to be up for MVP is just because of the number of games that he played this year. But when he ramps it up, that's what I'm really looking forward to watching. And so I do think there will be a lot of must-watch TV with the Nuggets. Well, presumably Nuggets Timberwolves first-round series.
That's a heck of a series that we could get next week, and I think we likely are going to end up with that. And let's not forget, the Nuggets still have the fourth best odds to win the whole thing. So this is not, the Nuggets are very much in play. They're 10-1 right now if you want to bet it over at BetMGM to cut down the nets and win an NBA championship. But I think what's intriguing to me is we're talking so much about the West, but how about on the East? I don't know, a month and a half ago, we were all talking up the Pistons and Cade Cunningham. Well, he gets injured. It kind of ruins their season. The Cavs are sitting there at 12-1, and we all know the track record of James Harden in the postseason, and that's why I'm not really giving the Cavs a huge chance to go actually and win the East. Boston has paid him back. I think as each week goes by, he will continue to get better and better as well on a long postseason run. Can anybody in the East, in your opinion, if it's Thunder against Boston, can anybody there give the Thunder problems? Who do you think is most positioned to do that? Because Boston's the obvious answer, I think. Is there anybody else? Could the Knicks surprise us and go on a run? Because I think even if it's the Spurs that upset the Thunder or the Nuggets upset the Thunder, who in the East can actually beat those teams in the West? Is there somebody that you actually think is capable of doing that?
Yeah, I think I like the Knicks for that role of the surprise team. And it's actually kind of funny because calling the Knicks a surprise team because, here they made that run last year and ultimately getting ousted by the Pacers. But I think, it's something about MSG come playoff time. It really fuels up, and that entire island in New York, Manhattan, just ramps up and gets super into Knicks basketball. I think that, with Jalen Brunson and crew, I do feel like that could be one of the teams that we're just, they're just kind of coasting right now. They're flying under the radar, but when push comes to shove in the playoffs, I really like them to potentially play the role of spoiler, which is funny to say because they're locked into the 3 seed. But you're right. There's a lot of problems with the Pistons now and with the Celtics that I do think it kind of makes that race in the East wide open.
Yeah, I just think that, frankly, the Cade Cunningham situation eliminates the Pistons from from having enough firepower to get it done. And so I think Boston's the one team out east that could actually get to a final and knock off a team like the Thunder. Now, look, if the Nuggets make it or the Spurs make it, maybe everybody's thinking a little bit differently about the potential matchups and what teams could give them fits. But specifically to OKC and stopping the repeat, I think Boston might be the only team that's capable of putting together a series and having the experience and the playmakers and the scores, frankly, to get it done. Because who's everybody had? Like James Harden, I understand what they have done post James Harden trade. It's been very impressive, especially right out of the gate. But do you trust him in a Western Conference, I guess it'd be an Eastern Conference final? And I just don't, if they're fortunate enough to get there.
Yeah, not since what was it, Game 6 of that Clippers series back in 2015, I want to say. I have not trusted James Harden when it comes down to the wire, like in a do or die playoff game. I just don't. I don't think James Harden is a guy that you can rely on in these spots. Now, don't get me wrong, the Cavs have talent elsewhere. It's not like he is the driving force of that team, but he is one of your better players, and I feel like you have to be able to rely on guys like that at this time of year. It's every team that, like look at OKC last year, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, like they had to rely on him, and he came through throughout the playoffs last year. Same like Tyrese Halliburton with the Pacers last year. Like it's like you have to be able to rely on your guy, and I just don't know if I see that with the Cavs. However, I do think that they will. I think they'll make a deep run, but whether or not they can get over the hump and get back into the finals, I don't have much faith in it at all.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Up next, let's talk about a former NBA coach that's now going to the college game. One of the more fascinating college hires in a long time. We're talking about North Carolina and Michael Malone and why it could work out for the Tar Heels.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now.
Can you guys hear me?
With BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on Westwood One Sports, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you, hanging out on a Saturday. We will get to our next NFL draft question coming up in about 15 minutes or so, as we are talking plenty of draft today on the show, less than 2 weeks out of night one of the draft over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But some big college hoops news happened this week, other than just a national champion being crowned. That would be the Michigan Wolverines. But how about North Carolina? For weeks, we've been discussing what were they going to do with that vacancy after firing Hubert Davis. And names popped up, right? Tommy Lloyd popped up from Arizona. TJ Otzelberger at Iowa State. Dusty May over at Michigan. Well, all those guys are staying put. And at one point in time, we knew that the North Carolina Tar Heels were at least targeting somebody with NBA experience as well, and that was Billy Donovan over at Chicago. He had said he didn't want to talk to the Tar Heels till after the season, and it sounds like perhaps he might end up staying in Chicago. I don't know. We can get into that if you want as well, as Austin is based in Chicago. But as far as it pertains to Michael Malone and the Tar Heels, the former NBA champion head coach, won 510 games, was surprisingly ousted in Denver a couple years ago. This is a fascinating hire to me because it could be signaling the start of a new trend, or we're going to be talking about 2.5 years and say, wow, what an awful experiment. What the hell were they thinking of risking the blue blood history and tradition and going outside the North Carolina circle and all that? But why it's intriguing is in today's day and age, you and I discussed NIL earlier today on the show. You know, you have so many players in and out of your program on a yearly basis. You have financial budgeting that you never had before, you know, with these NIL budgets and essentially needing a GM to run your program. And NBA coaches are used to having players come and go and getting them to mesh and all of that every single year. I don't hate the idea. Now, at a place like North Carolina, am I shocked they're the school that's trying it? A little bit. But this could pave the way for somebody like Jacques Vaughn eventually to take over out of Kansas, or any other NBA coach to jump ship a little bit. I'm fascinated to see how this plays out for North Carolina because it's a risky hire. It doesn't mean it doesn't work, but there's plenty of risk with this as they are thinking outside the box.
Yeah, you literally hit with the exact take that I had on this entire situation. And it was like when Michael Malone's name was thrown out there as the next head coach at UNC, I think we were all like, wait, what? Because it was literally Dusty May, Tommy Lloyd, Bill Self was rumored there. Even like Billy Donovan makes more sense because he's had success at the collegiate game. But then Michael Malone gets thrown out, and you're like, wait, what? Where did this come from? It kind of came out of left field. And then you start to think about, the NIL aspects of it. This is a guy who has spent the last 25 years in the NBA, obviously won a title with the Nuggets in 2023. And I think my thought initially was like, well, maybe this could work. Maybe this is like the move to go with like a guy who had success in the NBA, considering college basketball is essentially turning into the pro game. I mean, you hear all the time about college athletics programs like having to hire more people in their athletics departments to run it more like the front office of an NBA franchise. And now, and so I started thinking, okay, well, yeah, you know what? Maybe I can see where UNC's going with this. But then I just thought back to their football team, where they did it with Bill Belichick. And when Bill Belichick was named as their head coach, I think we kind of had the same thought process of like, well, maybe this is the right move. Maybe it's a guy who comes from pro experience coming into a college game that more closely resembles the pro experience than anything in years past. So maybe it has worked. And that has obviously failed spectacularly. Now, look, I don't think Michael Malone's going to have the same fate and outcome that, Bill Belichick has had. But if I'm UNC's athletic department, I think maybe I'm a little more hesitant to pull the trigger on a Michael Malone hire, given the way that your football program has kind of faltered under the regime of Bill Belichick. No?
I mean, I hear you. I think they clearly are hiring the pro guy with experience, and it's a different path than any other athletic department is really taking. I don't think that Bill Belichick and the baggage that has come with him should deter them from hiring Michael Malone if they think they obviously did, think he's the right guy. But I hear you. It's just, to me, the fact that it's North Carolina, especially on the basket, like football, I get taking the risk more, to your point. But on basketball, when you're a blue blood, that's what made it so surprising. But you know other ADs are going to be watching this closely and see, all right, is this what we need to do? Do we, one thing to have GMs around our program, but do we need a pro mindset with our basketball program? And I can tell you just personally, the reason why I'm intrigued by it is you brought up Bill Self's name. He's not retiring now, but he's probably a year or so away from retiring. And Jacques Vaughn, former NBA coach, former KU great as well, is on the bench, and everybody thought maybe they would just hire him. And I've been hesitant about that. But I'll be honest, if Michael Malone gets it done at North Carolina, then it'll maybe give me some more faith that the Jacques Vaughn thing could work. And so it's something I want to watch. The other part with Michael Malone that's unique, and I don't know if I would do this at a North Carolina. I'm not saying you can't have one or two international players, but Michael Malone has the international connections overseas.
Yeah.
And I got in a disagreement with somebody here locally about this because they were saying, look out, they're going to have a bunch of international players. And I said, look, I think Michael Malone will utilize his relationships to maybe try to recruit international players or guys that are playing professionally, semi-pro overseas or whatever, that they can get eligibility here. But I don't think maybe you disagree. I don't think at a North Carolina, at a Duke, a Kansas, a Kentucky, you're not going to have 3 of your 5 starting 5 international prospects. I just don't believe that's how you're going to recruit. You're still North Carolina. You're going to try to go get the McDonald's All-American still. Like, that part's not changing. At least I think that'd be a mistake if I'm North Carolina.
Well, unless you're the University of Illinois, you're not, right? Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
But that's my point. But they're not North Carolina, with all due respect to them. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think you try it at an Illinois. You try it at these other places. I don't think if you're at a blue blood, you do that.
Well, and you know what's funny is, like, I did a lot of thinking about UNC this week after the Michael Malone hiring. And, we all coaching cycle from the minute Hubert Davis was let go, we were thinking, oh, well, UNC, that's a top job. That's a top job in the country. It's a top job in the country. And I was saying it, like I was believing it. But then I started thinking, it's like, why do we say it's a top job in the country? Is it because it's just one of the best brands in college basketball? And, like, do we tend to give these athletic departments and these programs a little bit more credit just based off of the brand that they've built? Like, do we say that, like, a Kentucky, oh, that's a great job, that's one of the best jobs in America because of the brand? Like, is it? Like, I feel like we do need to kind of audit ourselves a little bit better in terms of whether or not these blue blood programs are actually great jobs, because there were a lot of people that passed up UNC for it being one of the best jobs in America, as we were calling it. And my hand is raised too. I was calling it that as well. Like, I'm just, like, wondering, like, maybe it's not as good as we from the outside looking in believes it to be.
What I think has changed is with NIL that, look at Indiana in football, look at Michigan, I guess, now in basketball, that you can win at different places perhaps than what you could have 10 years ago because of NIL and resources. I still think there's a difference personally in a North Carolina, Kentucky, a Duke, and Kansas. And yes, a lot of it is based on history and tradition. It depends on who the coach is, right? And I don't know Dusty May. I've never talked to the guy in my life, but, like, there might be a coach, let's say Dusty May, maybe he's just like, I'm not a traditional guy. I don't value that as much. I don't need to go there. There also might be a coach that's like, no, I want to go to the best program historically. I want to prove I can win there. Every coach is going to be different. You have TJ Otzelberger, who genuinely seems like someone that is willing to stay at Iowa State for a very, very long time. That doesn't mean every coach is willing to stay at Iowa State for a very long time. And so I still think it's case by case, but I understand what you're saying. I think you can win in other places now, but there's the dollars if they're even, and there's ego involved in what you want to accomplish. And there's just also the platform, right? Michigan just won a national championship, but you and I both know deep down that is still a football school. It just is. Mm-hmm. And so do you get more attention and notoriety? And again, not every coach cares by coaching at Michigan for basketball or North Carolina or Kansas? And I still think North Carolina and Kansas would be the answer. But every coach is going to be different.
Yeah, and I would say when it comes to the actual X's and O's, I think Michael Malone is a great fit for UNC. Obviously, he comes from his dad was an assistant with the Pistons in the Bad Boys era, and he was essentially the defensive coordinator in Cleveland, New Orleans, and Golden State. And UNC finished 233rd in 3-point defense last year, and he had the Nuggets finishing in the top 10, top 5 some years over the last 10 seasons. So I do think X's and O's, but college basketball isn't that anymore. Dusty May will tell you he was on the phone at midnight with recruits after winning the national title. It is a totally different game. The transfer portal just opened up. You had 1,500 players enter the portal. You have to recruit your own guys just as much as you have to recruit everyone else. And we'll see if Michael Malone can do that and can keep his head above water at UNC.
Coming up next, we get right back into the draft. Question number 5 of the day. This one centers around some players that might go a lot higher on Thursday night of the draft than we actually realize right now. That's coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour with us here on Westwood One Sports, BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. You guys can interact with us there in the chat. Also on the phone line, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910, plus at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff on X and Instagram. We're keeping an eye on the Masters, some leaderboard updates. We all know Rory, now his lead is down to 5 strokes. He hasn't teed off yet today. Patrick Reed is 1 under today. So Rory, 12 under, going to tee off in, I think it's 50 minutes from now, or any time now, actually. And right behind him, someone that we talked about early. I will say I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit. Austin,
do it.
In the first segment of the show, did we not talk about some of our bets we still like to fire off? And I said, look, I picked him to win. He's not going to win, but I'm going to bet him to finish top 5. What if I told you both are still alive all of a sudden? Because Scotty Scheffler is 6 under today, baby. He's tied for third all of a sudden. At 6 under, 6 strokes back of Rory. He is 6 under through 12. He's playing great golf again. He's tied with, I don't know, what is that, 6 other golfers at 6 under, if not 7. But, yeah, both bets are suddenly alive, although I don't think Rory's going to blow the entire lead. But I definitely like the 3-1 Scheffler top 5 finish bet that we bet 2.5-3 hours ago.
There you go. Hey, well done. Kudos on your part, because you picked him to win it all, but then you know, and I did ask you. I said, okay, well, knowing what we know now for these final 2 rounds, what are you thinking? And you did say, to your credit, you said Scheffler top 5. So, and he's come on strong. So that's why they're the Goldies locks picks. You know, that's why they're not. It's why no one ever turns to me for betting advice.
We'll see if we're regretting this even an hour from now. But Patrick Reed, 1 under for the day. So is Sam Burns. So updated leaderboard: Rory 12 under, Reed, Burns 7 under, tied for second, and then it's Scheffler and Cam Young, Fleetwood, etc., all tied for now technically 4th at 6 under. Just a little Masters leaderboard update. Don't forget, though, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save over at progressivecommercial.com. Let's continue our NFL draft questions. We've had a different question each hour today, starting all the way back in the first hour around Jeremiah Love, when we think he will be drafted. We talked about Ty Simpson. How about a player that is currently projected to maybe finish or be drafted, I should say, outside the top 20? Who do you really like that could be someone that's drafted in the first round, late, second round, early? You know what? You're like, hey, that player is going to end up having a really nice career. Or maybe you just think he's going to go higher than the projections are right now. Because as we know, there will be a surprise or two. Someone that everybody thinks is going to go 25 is going to end up going 15 or 18 in the draft. It happens every year.
I don't want this to come across as extreme homerism. Let me preface this by saying that. Okay.
Oh boy. Boy. I already know where you're going.
There is a name in this year's draft that I love, and I know whoever calls out this name on draft night, whether it be night 1 or night 2, is going to love this name as well. It is a guy who's been comped with George Karlaftis, a 6'6", 238 edge rusher with 6.5 sacks and 46 pressures in the SEC last year, where the trenches tend to be the biggest, while altering between both the left and right edge with a 33-inch arm span and very active hands, with a closing speed better than his first step, but a relentless attitude. And before I say the name, let me ask you, if you want a wide receiver, you go to Ohio State, Tennessee, right? If you want a quarterback, USC, a lot of times. If you want a linebacker, Penn State. If you want a fast food steak burger, you're probably hitting up Steak and Shake, right? And if you want a very good defensive lineman in the NFL, you go to the D-line zoo. Justin
Oh,
Smith,
gosh.
Alden Smith,
I just
Sheldon
threw up in my
Richardson,
mouth.
Marcus Golden, Shane Ray, Coney Ely, Charles Harris, Ziggy Hood, Brian Smith, multiple top 15 picks, several Pro Bowls, many awards. You got to go to Columbia, Missouri and select Mr. Zion Young, who spent the last 2 years in Mizzou, making a name for himself after spending some time at Michigan State. Zion Young is a name that I legitimately believe is going to make someone very happy as an edge rusher in the NFL. And I say that because of, the school he's coming from, a school that does produce very good, solid defensive linemen in the NFL. But because of what I saw out of him last year, he was a monster. He legitimately won games for Mizzou in his time there because of the dominance that he had. And it's not like he's playing a cupcake schedule either. He's going up against, some of the biggest, baddest offensive linemen in the sport, because that's what the SEC is known for. They build their football programs in the trenches, and Zion Young dominated. So I love Zion Young. I think is a name that should be talked about more, and one that I think has a chance to go late first round, but I imagine will probably be more of a day 2 pick.
So I knew where you were going with this. I knew. Exactly.
I dragged it out. Just for you.
I knew exactly the name. Once you said, I don't mean to be a homer, I knew exactly the name you were about to throw. And look, I want to hate on it so badly, given our KU-MU rivalry we have on this show. I want to hate it so badly because it's Mizzou. But I do agree with you that Zion Young, I think, is going to be a very nice NFL player. And I think there's a real chance, frankly, he's drafted at 29 to Kansas City. He has come up locally on our show as well. I will point out, not to drag the guy under the mud, but one concern with the current Chiefs' track record of drafting players with character concerns would be Zion Young did have the DUI here recently, and I don't know if that scares some teams off. But if we're talking just football, I do think he has a chance to be a pretty special player in the league. The question is, how far does he fall in the draft? My guess is he'll go no later than 35, though. Like I think he's going to either be one of the last first-round picks, or, Friday he's the first or second name called. So, no, I don't hate that as much as I want to hate it. I think that's a pretty good name to throw out there. I'll go with it's not as far down the board maybe as potentially him. This is a guy that's probably a first-rounder for sure, but I think he might project as an outside top 20 guy that could end up being picked much higher than we think. How about Caden Proctor, the tackle at Alabama, who is consensus mock right now around 24 or so late first round pick. Caden Proctor is somebody that has struggled to keep some of the weight off, but you want to talk just about an athletic freak that can give you some options there on your offensive line. I think I saw, who was it? Was it Mel Kiper? Somebody mocked him to the Detroit Lions, even in the teens here pretty recently. But I think Caden Proctor would be a name to throw out there that could go a lot higher than we realize. He did have some injury problems, but he is somebody that's taken a couple of top 30 visits. He was impressive at the Alabama Pro Day. As far as, the concerns about him, well, it's because he's 6'7", 352, which is insane, is going to be the fact that he has struggled to keep the weight off. And so does that worry some teams? But I think that athleticism that he has at that size, you just don't find that every day. And so some team's going to fall in love with that and say, man, he's 6'7" in that size, and we think he can actually move around. He could end up being our legitimate franchise right tackle. I think he's more of a right tackle than a left tackle.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Caden Proctor, a guy who Zion Young beat on one of the first plays of the second half against Alabama for a strip sack fumble against Ty Simpson.
Is that right?
One of his key highlights of the year. If I'm not mistaken, it might not have been Caden Proctor, but it definitely was against Alabama, obviously. But Caden Proctor, I think he's a size guy, right? Like he just tremendous.
You want to hear
size.
The freak stuff about him? Some of these numbers around him, man, are absolutely insane. 405 power clean, 535 bench, 815 squat. I mean, just an absolute freak.
815.
He also got
815 squat.
Yeah.
815. That he is almost squatting a half a ton.
Yeah, just insane. He also got the ball 5 times handed to him. Remember, because the Alabama would line him up in some spots. So he's just an athletic guy. The Lions are probably mocked. He's mocked to the Lions a lot because people probably think Dan Campbell is just going to fall in love with this guy with this athleticism and benching or squatting. I'm sorry, 815.
Just insane. Like when you talk about numbers like that. But yeah, he did have a few carries in college, and reminds me in his running back comp reminds me of a Derrick Henry, right? And maybe that's the easy comp because it's college, but size wise for sure, 6'7", 352 pounds, dude is insane. Another name that I low-key love is Kenyon Sadiq, because I feel like he's the tight end out of Oregon, guy that I think you could do a lot of different things with. He's like a wide receiver in a tight end's body, if that makes sense. Like almost kind of reminds me of like a Jonnu Smith type player that I think if you have the right offensive coordinator, you could get real creative with the things that you do with him. And he's fast and just played really well at Oregon. That's a guy that I love, that I would love to see someone do something. That's the problem with the NFL draft too. Is like a lot of times you get players that are really good and they get drafted to a team that they just do not fit in the system. And they just completely kind of waste the talent. That's why almost, every pick in the NFL draft is a coin flip to begin with. And some of that is on the player itself, but a lot of it is with the team that drafts the player and not knowing how to utilize or just get the most out of their abilities. But I hope Kenyon Sadiq goes to someone, I think a comp that I saw for him was Trey McBride. Just someone like,
yeah,
I don't know. I would just love to see what he does at the next level.
No, I'm with you. Him and Eli Stowers is the other tight end. That should be the second tight end off the board. Does Stowers go late first, or does Stowers fall to the second round? I think some of the mocks right now have Stowers more of a guy that's picked in the 50s than a guy that's picked in the 30s. And so some of that will be predicated on where Sadiq goes. He's definitely a name that I think if we talk about someone that could just go way higher than everybody believes, and could surprise everybody, and all of a sudden he's off the board at 10 or 9 or something, Sadiq would be a name I would put in that category. Not that I think it's a lock that happens, but there's a list of a few names that could end up going way higher than everybody thinks on Thursday night, and I would put Sadiq in that category.
Yeah. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to whoever it is writes up the draft profiles on NFL.com for some of these prospects. Have you ever read these, Alex?
We have we have a bit on our local. We have a bit on our local show where we put porn music behind me talking, and we read some of the, the draft analysis about when it says there's a good hip thrust and too focused on penetration and things like that. Yeah.
It's just like it's like almost like poetic at times, or like almost like just way more expressive than they need to be. Like I'm seeing the strengths for Kenyon Sadiq on NFL.com on his draft profile, and one of the lines is, one of his strengths is he vandalizes defensive seams with impunity against man coverage. It's like, all right, freaking like Walt Whitman, I don't necessarily need that sort of breakdown for my tight end prospect. Just tell me, like, okay, he's great in running seam routes. Like, that's all I need. Like, I don't need vandalizes defensive seams.
Yeah, they all have fun with them, I feel like, because for your guy Sadiq you just mentioned, it's like strong hands that hold up, quick twitch feet. It's just everything's very specific. For some of them are more interesting than others. We've had some fun reading these draft profiles, that's for sure.
It is. Whoever wrote these, I mean, I guess kudos. I think you're in the wrong industry, but I mean, well done, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I'm only laughing because I'm trying to remember some of the lines from some of the ones we had earlier this last couple weeks. But there's some all timers that are in there to describe some of the talents of some of these players.
A versatile tight end with a shredded physique and alluring potential as a volume target, Sadiq's route tree will be full of branches. His athleticism and break quickness should allow him to uncover against man coverage on all 3 levels. It's like, all right, I don't know. Like, am I reading 50 Shades of Grey right now?
That's what it feels like at times.
Trust me,
it's what... It's become a whole thing. It's become a whole thing on the show. That absolutely with you, man. Absolutely.
And then you pair that with the photos and pictures of them at the combine wearing nothing but spandex, and it's like, I feel like I'm on the wrong website right now. I feel like I should not be looking this up at work. I'm gonna get flagged for it.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gould. We're having a good time talking about the NFL draft, which is a couple Thursdays from now. Thanks for hanging out with us. Up next, I do want to get into a player that could get traded maybe on draft night. Or do we think he's just playing the business game and wants a new contract? One of the top defensive tackles in the game says he wants out of New York.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
backfield with a four-man rush into Herbert. Batted down, picked off. Look who's got it. The big man, Lawrence. The quarterback can't get him. Inside the 5. Interception. Giants goal to go.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That was Dexter Lawrence picking off Justin Herbert all the way back in week 4 over on CBS. Kevin Harlan, Trent Green on the call. We will talk about Dexter Lawrence in just a second as he has officially requested a trade out of New York. But is this more about a new contract, or could we see him moved close to the draft or later this offseason? We'll get to that momentarily. Don't forget you can interact with us over on our YouTube channel, BetMGM Tonight, also at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff. We were keeping an eye on the leaderboard. At Augusta, and it's getting a little interesting, Austin. Check during the break. Rory is teed off. He's 1 over through 2. He bogeyed, I think, hole 1. He's 11 under. That 6-stroke lead down to 2 strokes. Patrick Reed is 3 under through 3. He's 9 under for the tourney. Sam Burns, 2 under through 2. He's 8 under. Then you got Cam Young sitting there at 7 under. And Scotty Scheffler, as we referenced, is 6 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament, tied for 6. Patrick Reed Rory minus 160. Patrick Reed 6-1 to win right now. Sam Burns 11-1. We might get ourselves a little drama after all. It's early, so it's very early for Rory, but I kind of like it.
No, it's exactly what we were saying. Like, to start off the show today, just a mere 4 hours ago, we were talking about how, look, what Rory has done up to this point is just impressive as hell. Like, just the biggest lead after 36 holes in Masters tournament history, which is a long history. However, Rory kind of did a little bit of this last year where he built up, gets out ahead, then kind of falters a little bit, and then you're wondering, like, could Rory even win this thing? Now, he did build himself a much bigger cushion this year, and now you're like, okay, well, how can he break that? But all I said off the top was like, look, Rory has a way of sometimes roaring it up, which is like what the old Clemsoning or, whatever the comp in sports may be. I just, I think it's like to call this the tournament over in favor of Rory would be dumb, because there's still plenty of golf left to play, not just today, but also tomorrow.
There is. Now, I still think he's playing with more freedom than ever after winning at Augusta a year ago, and that's why I don't think we're going to see this complete collapse. But based off him having an early bogey and seeing the start of the day for Sam Burns and Patrick Reed, and then even Scotty Scheffler, who still would be 5 strokes back, but seeing Scheffler play at this level, like we've seen so many times before, yeah, this is far from over. I'm with you there. After Rory shot a 65 yesterday, but Scotty, who shot a 74 yesterday, is 6 under through 13, and then Patrick Reed, the big mover so far, through 3 straight birdies to open up. So looking forward to seeing how the rest of today goes. Will Rory still have the lead? Let me ask you this: will he still have the lead entering tomorrow?
Oh, I'll say yes. Yes, he does.
So why?
But it will probably be 1 or 2 strokes.
Okay. I think he'll still have the lead entering tomorrow. He's got a 2-stroke lead now. He still has 7, he's still got 16 holes to play. He'll have birdie opportunities. He'll get, I don't think he's going to fully collapse here. So, yeah, I'll still say he has the lead. Heck, I'll still say he has a 4-stroke or more lead by the time we get to tomorrow. Even though Patrick Reed's
4?
playing
okay.
well right now. Yeah.
Okay.
But 4
I say it'll be
at
much
a fun
tighter.
Sunday.
Yeah, no, definitely. And right. I think if you're within even 6, I would say is striking distance for a Sunday. So, and anything within 6, but yeah, I would love to see a 1-2 stroke lead, and then give us every hole matters right on Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you. And obviously I would love for Scotty Scheffler to find his way right into this thing tomorrow, selfishly, just for betting purposes. All right, let's pivot back to the NFL. We'll keep an eye on what's happening, though, at Augusta final segment of the show. We'll certainly get you right back there. But Dexter Lawrence requested a trade this week, appearing to be unhappy. The Giants, of course, have not been competitive the last couple of years while he's been on the roster, 7-27. He's seen some of his good buddies, Leonard Williams and Saquon, depart the organization. Now you have a brand new regime that's in there. Brian Dable, of course, was fired, and so in comes Harbaugh and company. But last year for Dexter Lawrence, career worst, just 31 tackles, a half sack in 17 games. Prior to that, he was a guy getting 8.5, 9.5 sacks. Contract-wise, do you think it's more of a ploy like that, or do you actually believe he wants out and doesn't want to start over with this regime? Because it is still a business, and I'm wondering if he's not thinking contract-wise. But, man, you're coming off the season. You had a half a sack, man.
Yeah. No, it's like the leverage isn't fully there for Sexy Dexy right now, but it's got to have something to do with the regime change, right? Because otherwise, I don't know why you would want out from the Giants now. If it was last year or even 2 years ago, I would understand it. But like the stock in the Giants seems to be trending upward, right? Like it's what they've got built, with Jackson Dart, whether you're a believer in him or not. I think like with John Harbaugh and all of the positive steps that the Giants have made over the last 365 days, it's kind of hard to say otherwise. And now he statistically did not have the best year last year, but this is a guy that when he is on the field, he makes a difference for the entire team. It is when he is on the field, we're talking like, pressure rate and sack rate, yards per attempt, everything goes down, and they are one of the best in football in it. They're in at very least the top half. But when he is off the field, the Giants have one of the worst defenses in the sport. So it's keeping him on the field is important, and to do so, you got to keep him on your team. So if like this comes to fruition and Dexter Lawrence gets traded, John Harbaugh has even bigger uphill battle on his hands, especially when it comes to that defense.
Right, and that's why if I'm Harbaugh, I mean, unless it gets really, really ugly, I'm not trading you. Sorry, like you're a key piece for me to move forward. I'm kind of with you. I'm not trading you now. Cooler heads prevail as time goes on. He said he's going to miss the early portion of off-season workouts. We've seen this play out before. We don't know if something else happened here, but if you're Harbaugh, and especially let's say they don't draft Carnell Tate or Jeremiah Love, and they take Sonny Styles or somebody like that, the linebacker at 5, you have him with Dexter Lawrence. All of a sudden, that's a legitimate defensive line that they already have had, but add that piece to it. Plus, as I said, I like the fact offensively, if they were to draft a running back at some point, even if it's not Love, to go with Scattaboo, because I don't know how effective he'll be right away. Dart Neighbors is back from the injury. Like I told you, I haven't bet it yet, but I'm wanting to bet the Giants to win the NFC East. I really am. Without Dexter Lawrence, I don't like it as much. I mean, he is that kind of impact player. It's just he's coming off a really bad 2025 campaign.
Yeah. In fact, I got the numbers right here. When he is off the field, the Giants rank 32nd in yards per attempt, 31st in pressure rate, 31st in pass success, 30th in EPA per pass, and 30th in sack rate. Bottom of the league in all of those. These numbers come via Warren Sharp. And but when he's on the field, they are number 8 in pass success, number 8 in sack rate, number 10 in EPA per pass, number 13 in yards per attempt, and number 15 in pressure rate. So they very clearly jump to, at worst, the middle of the pack in the league when he is on the field versus when he is off the field. And to your point, like if you can pair him with a Sonny Styles or Reuben Bain or whoever it may be at the top of the draft this year, I mean, you're only making that defense that much stronger. And then it really doesn't matter, what you got on the other side of the ball, which you do have great pieces on the other side of the ball with Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors. And I just feel like, yeah, you have to keep him. Like he is essentially a linchpin to keep the rest of the Giants intact if they want to have any sort of success under John Harbaugh. And if I'm John Harbaugh, I'm like, hey, listen, Dexter, just work with me here. I'm not trading you. but give me a chance to prove myself. Give me a chance to see what we can do this season. And if, by the trade deadline you want out, then maybe we can talk then. But let's get off to on the right foot here and see if we can't keep you around, because I need you. I need you. And why would you want to get out on the Giants now when things start to be trending upwards for the first time since Dexter Lawrence has been there in 2019?
Yeah, I think let's say they do trade him. Who should be interested in him? What teams make sense? Because I think you look at AFC teams that were contenders a year ago, but maybe need some more pass rush help. There's two teams that seem somewhat obvious. Look who has a lot of cap space as well. Also, who has the draft picks. So, like a team like the Chargers, who lose their defensive coordinator to Baltimore, offensively, they feel like they're well positioned if they have a healthy offensive line. Defensively, they could use some more help getting after the quarterback. The Chargers, I still think, have the most cap space, if not top 2 or 3. Dexter Lawrence in LA with the Chargers in a really competitive division. You got to get after the quarterback when you're dealing with having Patrick Mahomes in your division. So I think the Chargers are a landing spot to watch. The Jags are interesting, but they don't have a first-round pick. Now, does it require a first-round pick? The Jags, 11 picks overall. Could they package a bunch of picks together? So those would be two teams that if you told me we wake up in 3 weeks or something and he's traded, I would say, oh, was it the Chargers? Was it the Jags? My bet will be the Chargers if, in fact, he gets traded.
Yeah, and you pair that, it's not just that, the timing of this is very confusing from Dexter Lawrence, just with where the Giants are at as an organization, but he also doesn't have that much leverage in a trade when you consider, from his age to, not having a great year last year. And he's still got 2 years remaining on his contract, so you're going to have to pay that. And I just feel like it doesn't. I don't know where this is coming from, and I don't think he has much ground. And he doesn't have really any leverage in this whole situation to demand a trade in this situation. So yeah, I don't know. And I mean, the Jaguars don't have a first round pick, but honestly, I don't know if I would give up a first-round pick for him. At least where he's at with his age right now and coming off of the year he was just coming off. Is he important for the Giants defense? Yes, but I don't know if he will have that same impact. I mean, he certainly will make an impact on anyone's defense, but I don't know if he'll have that same impact on another, contender like a Jaguars or a Chargers like he has in New York.
Yeah, I just look at what potential compensation could be. I'm trying to pull up other trades and trying to figure out what would it actually realistically be. I mean, we all know he's not in the same category as some of the other big moves that happened. Dexter Lawrence, whoever trades for, let's see, if he gets a new contract, which is what he wants, wherever he gets traded to, you got to acquire him and pay him a deal that's going to make him, over $20 million a year. He's making $20 million a year already, so it's got to be more than that. So he wants more than $20 million a year. So I'm going to give up a top pick and go and turn around and give him a massive extension. I don't know. That's the tricky part of what you're saying, which is what are you actually giving up? What are the Giants getting back? And this is why I think you and I are saying, if you're Harbaugh, call the bluff, man. You're under contract. You're going to sit out. Nobody sits out in the NFL anymore. It doesn't work. So no, we're not going to trade you for pennies on the dollar, because the value that we're going to get for you coming off that season and the new contract that you probably are going to ask for, I wonder if we just see some revised deal or something that works out. Because Spot Track says, if you trade Dexter Lawrence, you clear $13 million in cap space this year, $22 million the following year. I just don't know if the haul is what you're getting. The Giants already have 2 first-round picks too. They got pick 5 and 28, and they also have 2 second-round picks.
Yeah, and if he does sit out, I think that he loses more leverage in a potential landing spot elsewhere. I just think it hurts his status even more. So, yeah, if I'm John Harbaugh, I'm sitting him down and I'm saying, listen, man, just ride with me right now. Let's work this out. Give me till the trade deadline. If by the trade deadline, if we don't have this ship moving in the right direction and you still want out, then I'll we'll work with you then. But as of right now, I just don't I need you more than I need air to breathe.
One correction on the picks. That was a trade scenario that somebody presented with the numbers, and so that was with them already picking up the picks. The Giants have round 1 pick 5, round 2 pick 37. They do not have the duplicate picks. Sorry, that was not.
But yeah, I mean, but I mean, like when you have a pick that high in the second round, though, too. I mean, like that's still a very good spot for the Giants to be sitting in.
No, I would agree with that. I think the Dexter Lawrence situation will be one we're probably talking about for the next couple of weeks. All right, up next, let's pivot a little bit back to golf, get an update on what's happening on at Augusta, plus how we think some of these NBA playoff matchups are going to end up playing out and which matchup we're looking forward to the most as the postseason begins. On the play-in night, Tuesday night, we'll be talking play-in games for the NBA. We'll do that right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. tonight. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Don't forget, golf's first major of the year going on right now at Augusta. Grab a boost pack for the Masters over at BetMGM. You'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of your boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt, get closer to the Masters action with BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for another 15 minutes or so here on Westwood One Sports. Quick leaderboard update at Augusta. It is Rory with a 4-stroke lead, back up to 4 strokes. Opened at 6 earlier with his round 2 finish. He's through 4, even for the day, 12 under. Cam Young has vaulted into a 4-way tie for second at 8 under. It's Cam Young, Lowry, Reed, Burns, all at 8 under. Scotty Scheffler tied for 7th with Rose and Clark at 6 under. So things have tightened up a little bit, but a ton of golf still ahead of Rory today, who got back to even after bogeying one of the first holes. So it should be a fun rest of the day, and then hopefully we have an enjoyable Sunday at Augusta. Jim Nance and company. Can't wait. Looks like we might actually get that. There was plenty of drama, though, amongst media this week. And a coach, I guess I should say. Yeah, we talked about this plenty, as I'm sure you did. Anybody that is in the sports realm this week, well aware of the photos that surfaced from Arizona, the same time frame as the NFL league meetings. We're talking about Diana Rossini and Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. Diana Rossini of The Athletic, which is owned by the New York Times. New York Times has suspended her as of today. These photos surfaced of them very comfortable with each other is one way to put it, I would say. Neither one of us know definitively, of course, what actually happened. Only those 2 individuals know that. But the photos are damning as heck. 2 married individuals, so let's point that out as well. There's the obvious side of it of that. There's also the real question also of the professional side of it for what she does for a living, knowing that she has reported a lot on the A.J. Brown trade potentially happening in New England. And so now it makes you wonder, going back to the days in Nashville with Mike Vrabel as well, and what was reported perhaps to help anybody involved in a potential relationship as well. It is ugly. It also hurts the reputation, and it's unfair to other female journalists that are out there, in my opinion, because now people are going to assume that they must be doing something to get scoops. So it's a terrible look for Diana Rossini. And I'll be honest, I don't know how she can really move forward as a reputable reporter in the industry. Because, I mean, that's how damning this is.
Yeah. No, and it's very important. That's why, we don't harp enough about journalistic integrity and all of that when it comes to, today's media landscape, but it still remains extremely important. And look, are there feelings there? Yeah, I'm sure, maybe through the reporting that she did with Vrabel, because she was always the number one source dropping bombs when Vrabel was in Nashville with the Tennessee Titans. And I'll say this, it's rare that a story from the sports world makes the crossover. Like, Alex, you work every day in sports talk radio in Kansas City. You host a midday show there, and you're talking all things sports 5 days a week. When a story from the sports world crosses over to what I do for a living, which is host a country morning radio show, that's when you know it's a big deal. Our demo is 35-year-old females, and not usually are we talking about the New England Patriots head coach, but when you've got a story like this, and just piggybacked off of the week we had the week prior. I mean, from Summer House drama of West and Amanda to the NFL drama of Vrabel and Diana Rossini this week, the tea has been piping hot, and I haven't been sipping it. I've been chugging it like straight keg stands with this, because you're right. The photos that came out, initially I'm thinking, just hotel goers are taking these photos because you recognize a guy like Mike Vrabel, a former All-Pro linebacker for the New England Patriots. He's a big dude. You see him out and about, you're going to recognize him. Hell, he just coached in the Super Bowl just a few weeks ago. So you see him at your resort, you're going to snap a few, pictures. Hey, look who's at my hotel. And then you see him with a female who is not his wife and who is a very predominant journalist that gets a lot of FaceTime in and around the league, in Diana Russini. You're like, wait a minute, this is not adding up. And then you see them holding hands, and the worst part about the holding hands, the interlocking of the fingers. Now, Mike Vrabel's statement said that anything in this entire saga, like it's just a relationship between two professionals and anything else is laughable, then look, we should all be laughing because my goodness,
Austin.
It is... To say it's just two professionals like hanging out, like Alex, look, I love you, man. You're my co-host every Saturday here on Westwood One Sports, and if we were hanging out, I don't think we would hold hands, but if we did, I don't know if we would interlock fingers in doing so. So, and I would say that you and I are two professionals, right?
That's right. I'll tell you, the pool photos were not even the most damning for those two. The most damning photo is sunset, Arizona mountains in the backdrop. They're standing on top of this expensive, at an expensive retreat in a bungalow. Nobody else is around, and they're snuggled up next to each other. How do you talk yourself out of that one? But you're right. The photos, this is not just from an iPhone or something. This is somebody that knew they were going to be there. This was not a coincidence. Somebody wanted people to know, whether it was a spouse of these two, whether it was another NFL team that wanted to stir the pot, whether it was a colleague of Diana Russini. Somebody wanted this to get out there. The reports are also that the individual that took the photo shopped it to TMZ and some of these other publications before it ultimately ended up at, what was it, Page 6?
Yeah, Page 6, the New York Post. And yeah, we actually had a private investigator on our show this week to talk about that. And he said,
of course you did.
Definitely the work of a private investigator. Yes. And so him confirming that was like, oh, okay, so this is way more serious. Then you get the reports of it being shopped around. And there's even a second photo. Sir, a second photo has hit the internet this week, literally, with the photo of them hanging out at a bar in Indianapolis during Combine Week. So it's
I did not see that.
Great for either one of them. Yeah, it has been just the longer this goes on, and the more we find out about it too, like the fact that Vrabel drove 2 hours out of his way after an Arizona State pro day to go to that resort, and Diana Russini said, she was there with 6 other friends, and those photos don't show that aspect of it. But why?
Then release the
photos
don't show? Where's your photos with your friends at the pool?
Exactly. Like if there's 6 other people, you'd think at least 1 or maybe 2 of them would show up in any other photos. But no, instead you've got these romantic backgrounds of the mountains of Arizona. And don't get me wrong, if I was up there on the roof with anyone, even you, Alex, I think it would be hard pressed to not fall romantically in love together. So I understand that's where you're interlocking the fingers, but the whole thing is just, it's a bad look. It's a bad look for Vrabel. It's a bad look for Diana Russini. And I mean, like from an outside perspective, just watching it all, I mean, like it is fueled my week, both professionally and just in my personal time. But my goodness, man, I'm curious to see where this goes. And I'm wondering if it was a private investigator that set this whole thing up, who was the one who hired the private investigator? Diana Russini's husband is Big Dom. He's an executive at Shake Shack. So, I'm sure he's got the means to maybe pull something off like this if he had that inkling. But I'm curious to find out more about this as it unfolds.
Yeah, I like the Big Dom theory that he was all over this actually, and he somehow is doing this to help facilitate a AJ Brown trade or something like that. But I don't know, man. It's not good for Diana Russini and professionally or personally. For Mike Vrabel, it's embarrassing, but nothing's going to happen to him as a head coach at the NFL level because of this. She might end up losing her job. I mean, she's been suspended. Mike Vrabel's not getting suspended for this. It's just unfortunately the reality of the situation. So
and his owner is Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft has no ground to stand on when chastising someone else for their extramarital issues. But I've seen all of the. I've seen what Jordan Hudson floated out there as the one hiring the private investigator to tail them. I've seen so many theories this week, none of which were good, but I've been eating them up.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to watch. Unfortunately, where this goes next, I'm not sure. By the way, this segment, believe it or not, is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance,
There it is.
protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. But that drive up to a resort, you can't talk yourself out of that, man. Like you
No.
can't talk yourself out of being in that spot if you're Mike Vrabel.
Just don't interlock fingers with friends, okay? Don't interlock fingers with friends. It's not a good look, y'all.
All right. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Saturday. We're back at it next week, right here, same time and place on Westwood One Sports.